All right, good morning. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer covering a tornado warning in Uvalde County. This is going to be south central Texas, northern Edwards Plateau. We have a tornado warning now at 2:09 a.m. until 2:30 a.m. for areas just east of the city of Uvalde out on Highway 90 towards Nippa. This is going to be a circulation that is, and this is important, moving northwest. So this is moving northwest. We have a very strong circulation here, honestly, probably the strongest I've seen through this whole event, including the one we had yesterday morning in San Antonio. It's going to be moving off to the northwest. This is going to be coming up towards FM 302 and probably crossing Highway 90 very near FM 2369. This is going to be slowly moving northwest. We have a second circulation that is developing off Connor Lane. This has been a storm that's had a couple circulations so far, and this one is moving off to the northwest at about 10 to 15, 10 miles per hour. So let me make sure our streams are up. Jason, if you're watching, I did custom this time versus what I've done yesterday, so we should be back to normal in terms of captions, the ad settings. Just making sure we are good to go here. All right, so we have this storm east of Uvalde moving northwest, capable of producing a tornado. Now, what we also have to deal with here are flash flood issues. We have very heavy rains already firing up into portions of the hill country. Another morning where we're going to be dealing with this, and this is already going to cause major flooding out here across portions of the hill country where we are going to be dealing with, unfortunately, another round of very dangerous heavy rain and flooding issues. In fact, what I'm going to do here in a minute is we'll take a look at rain totals. But let's go back to Uvalde and deal with this. Now, I want to address this. These tornado issues we're dealing with localized. The flooding issue is not. To be perfectly blunt, the flooding issue probably takes precedence over the tornado issues. This could be very dangerous this morning. Parts of Gillespie County, Kirk County, Kendall County, back into Medina County, Uvalde County. There's something going on with the Weather Service warnings out here. For some reason, our side isn't showing the flash flood warning, but there is definitely a flash flood warning out here around Uvalde. You can see the circulation just east of Uvalde now, trying to re-intensify with a new circulation developing just north of Connor Lane. That's going to be making its way up towards east sides of Uvalde, moving northwest. All right. Sorry, I'm getting a little situated here. We've been watching these storms all morning. I was actually hoping not to have to go live, I'll be honest. But Mama Nature gonna Mama Nature, and this is definitely a nasty looking thing. And to be honest, we need to cover the flooding issue anyway. We've already got reports now of several water rescues occurring around Ingram. northwest of Kerrville. And that's not good because the rain really just started out there. So, pretty good velocity couplet now. We've got winds moving away from the radar at 40, winds moving towards at 60. So this is legit. A very strong circulation out here east of Uvalde. Let's go ahead and put on a tracker here. And again, this is only about 6 miles east of town, and this is moving northwest. I want to emphasize the abnormality here, that this is moving northwest. It's not moving east in any shape, way, or form, or south. This is moving northwest, so that in itself is pretty unusual. So I want to highlight that and make sure folks understand. Let me go ahead and put a loop on here, and we'll take a look. See doodle. And there you go. You can see we've actually had a few circulations out here, and they just keep redeveloping a little farther south. And these are, and have been, very strong circulations, like legit, you know, it may not necessarily be the weak type tornado if we get one down here. So I just want to be honest and transparent with that. In the sense, Mama Nature is out here throwing temper tantrums this morning. But this is the only storm we have that is showing indications of doing, you know, this nasty type of rotation. We have a lot of heavy rain out here, and I'm actually working on fixing a warning server, or I'll be honest, I'm just building my own real quick using the resources I have on hand that hopefully will show the flash flood warnings out here in Uvalde County. So that's the plan there, but again, you could see how this storm has just been redeveloping circulation after circulation. Now, we're blessed in the sense this is, honestly, this is right on one of these streams out here. Let me see which river this is. The river's in flood, no doubt. But hopefully, because the river's in flood out here, this is the Frio. So this is just sitting right on the Frio River, well south, well, a few miles south of 90, north of Connor Lane. And again, the Frio went into major flood yesterday afternoon, dipped down right into action stage, and is about to jump back up into moderate flood stage. So hopefully no one's actually out here where this is right now, because the Frio River is in flood. So that might actually work to help us in the sense of hopefully there's not many folks out here to hit. But again, you can see very strong velocity with this, and the overall circulations themselves technically moving northwest. You can see this, it's just not making progress. A lot of weird dynamics going on out here this morning thanks to a mesoscale convective vortex, MCV. You know, the last few days have been weird, obviously. So with that, you know, hopefully we could just keep this thing out in the middle of nowhere right over the Frio River, where we don't have anything necessarily to hit, or hopefully, you know, we don't. But again, what I really don't like, and what is honestly the bigger story here, look at how we have just prolifically heavy rains moving across Uvalde County and eastern Kinney County. Like a train on the tracks. Unfortunately, I wish I had better news. You know, we've had 10 to 17 inches of rain out in these areas the last few days. We may get another 10 in the next 2 to 3 hours. So the flooding threat is quite high, and this could become quite a problem. So in the sense of having to deal with this, what do you do if, you know, you were under a tornado warning and a flash flood warning? You know, we dealt with that in Harvey back in 2017. The question, how do you take shelter in the lowest floor when your lowest floor is flooding? Hopefully that's not something we have to deal with this morning, but I'm cognizant of the fact that is in itself a particular dilemma. Regardless, very strong rotation out here now, right over the Frio River. A couple miles south of Highway 90. We've got winds moving towards the radar at 70 miles an hour. We have winds moving away at 35. So I mean, folks, I'll be honest out here. This is not the look of a brief week tornado. This is the look of a legit, uh-oh moment out here over the Frio River east of Uvalde. And with that, we need folks to be in a safe place. We've had a bunch of, flooding out here. I almost, meteorologist Jason Cooley made a good point. I almost wonder if there's some sort of, enhancement to the low level lift or something going on out here just because of the rushing water. I don't know. But that's an interesting question. But we do note up here, again, this is going to be a problem with flooding up here across portions of Kerr County, Gillespie County. I guess I'm about to find out in Fredericksburg, where I'm located, if I've got issues with flooding. I hope not, but if suddenly all the computer equipment shuts off and the live streams quit running, I guess we'll know that is a thing. But again, a possible tornado now very near, honestly, it's right on the Frio River near Garnerfield Road. So that circulation very near Garnerfield Road, a few miles east of Uvalde. And technically, the city of Uvalde is not even in this tornado warning. I want to point that out. Now, I'm going to draw on here because we need to make this clear. This thing's moving northwest. Technically, it's just gyring around a larger circulation center at this point, but you can see we've got a pretty large area of circulation out here. And with that, you can see this circulation is sitting southwest of Nippa, and I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. My apologies. It's 2:30 in the morning. The fact I'm even able to vocalize at all at this time of night is amazing to me. But that was a nice, I think 110 minutes of sleep? Maybe. But that's okay. Mama Nature going Mama Nature. Real quick. And again, our focus is going to have to be on flooding, too. Look, we have big flooding problems out here. Tornado is one small issue. The flooding is going to be a much larger issue. And the first thing I'm trying to do very quickly is get this warning server up on my side. So perhaps we can make sure that's showing up here. And that's not an issue just on... There must be some formatting error because I'm using different warning servers for this and Gibson Ridge, and neither's showing it. The weather front is, though. Interesting. All right. Let's press some buttons here. Let's press this. I'm going to put this right up there. It's full screen. So again, we're here because we have a circulation several miles east of Uvalde on the Frio River near FM 302 and Garnerfield Road. This circulation is just sitting out there, really, rotating around, but there's definitely damaging wind potential and very heavy rain. Oh, good. I'm getting attacked by thunder. All right, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. All right. Now I just need to set this up on my side real quick. We'll be able to do this. All right. All right, so what we're going to do, switching over to the flood side quickly, and y'all can still hear me, but give me just a second, and I'll add my cute little bald head to this so y'all can see it. I'm kind of doing this on the fly, which admittedly is not usually the smartest thing to do, but sometimes you just gotta flow, or not flow, you gotta go with the flow. There we go. So here I am. This is radar estimated rain totals over the last hour. Here's 3 hours. It might be a little easier to use here. And again, we're seeing rain totals out here, again, around Uvalde. Unfortunately, 5 to 8 inches of rain on top of what we have seen over the last several days, which, by the way, at this point, northeast of Uvalde, we've seen over 2 feet. So again, major to catastrophic flooding is likely to occur again out here. And again, we're seeing very high rainfall rates on the range of 3 to 4 inches in the last hour. This is 1 hour rainfall rates. Now, up here, Kerr County, this is our new trouble spot. 3 to 4 inches of rain, according to radar, in the last hour here around Kerrville. We're getting reports of water rescues around Ingram already. We've got reports of flooding up near Terra Linda in southwestern Gillespie County. And you can see we've already had over 1 to 2 inches of rain up here in the last hour. Model data and short-term guidance is pretty animate. We're going to have additional issues out here this morning. All right, we've got a new tornado warning, so let's go back to that. This is going to be east of Uvalde. And I've just got the velocity on here to show you that things are rotating around out here. So this new tornado warning is going to take us through... Here, I'll click on it when it pops back up here. 3 a.m. So a tornado warning for Uvalde County out here until 3 a.m. This is going to include the Garner Field Airport, the Uvalde Airport on the east side of town. This will include the east sides of Uvalde up to Nippa on Highway 90. And you'll have to tell me if Highway 90 is actually open again. I think it was partially closed earlier. I know the waters have come down temporarily, but they're going to go back up again here shortly. So again, this is going to be a new tornado warning until 3 a.m. for central Uvalde County. This does technically, well, we've got another one southwest of town. What the heck is going on today? This is insane. So we now have another storm southwest of Uvalde. What the heck? With a tornado warning. So we've got two circulations now, and we're looking at the which way the wind's blowing mode, because on the how hard a training mode, you can see it's just blobs. Unfortunately, this is going to be one of these situations that we deal with occasionally. Usually it has something to do with a landfalling hurricane where we have prolific rains and enhanced low-level wind shear. But, we've got major flooding out here. So the advice of me telling you take shelter in the lowest floor possible contradicts with the fact some of you have flooding. So the best thing I can say is, get as low as you reasonably can get if you're in a tornado warning. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, but to be perfectly honest, you need to protect yourself from the threat that is currently impacting you the most, whether that be a tornado or that be rapidly rising water. So we now have two circulations out here, each capable of producing a tornado. Okay, why did that just do that? We've got, is that a TDS? I don't think so. I see that tag on that. I think that correlation coefficient is offset. So we have two circulations. One, at this point, weaker, thankfully, but it's about 4 miles east of Uvalde. Second one is going to be very near the, right on the river. Right on the Natchez River. Jason, you might be onto something with this. We have one circulation over the Frio River east of Uvalde. We have a second circulation southwest of Uvalde Estates. Both of these right over rivers. I do wonder if the rushing water is helping to locally enhance somehow the low-level wind shear. That completely speculative, but Anyway, enough with Baldy and Chief nerdisms. So we have a possible tornado about 7 miles southwest of Uvalde. We have a possible tornado 4 miles east of Uvalde. Both circulations, well, the one east of town's moving northwest. The one southwest of town near Smith Crossing is kind of moving east right now. They're kind of just rotating around. I mean, this is just absurd territory with this right now. And again, we have major flooding out here. This is a life-threatening flood situation, and now we're having to deal with circulations trying to spin up. It's just, it's just one of those things that's mind-boggling. All right, let me see on my side if this is going to work. I'm trying to get the flood warning to show up here, so I kind of just built my own warning server real quick. All right, so what we are dealing with again, we've got two tornado warnings here in Uvalde County. We've got one southwest of town over the Natchez or Nuchez River. Jason, you'll have to tell me how to say that. I'm messing it up, I'm sure. And then we have one over the Frio River east of town. So southwest of Uvalde. and then east of Uvalde. Both, I mean, they're technically moving, they're just not moving very much. The one southwest of town is moving kind of to the east right now, it seems. But it's starting to pivot northeast. The deviant motion on these two. And then the one northeast of Uvalde, it was moving northwest. Now it's moving north. So it's just good grief. It's the best way to describe it. And, with this as well, unfortunately, new. All right. Thank you, Jason. And by the way, you do not have to stay up for this. Please go to bed. Meteorologist Jason Cooley has been very hard at work. He's still up helping us out this morning. All right, so let me press this. How do I press this? This is what happens when I try to learn new things in the middle of an event. Because I'm getting attacked by CGs here. Great. All right. It's fine. Let's do that. So let's show you what we have going on this morning. We'll switch it back over to this. And again, here's a radar across the state this morning. You can see, unfortunately, we have very heavy rains that are just sitting over portions of Kerr County, southwestern Gillespie County, down towards Medina County. Medina County, you're kind of getting a break right now. And then we have extremely heavy rains with flooding very rapidly becoming life-threatening again over Uvalde County. This corridor, someone could get 20 inches of rain this morning, which is bad. Up here, parts of the eastern big country, another mesoscale convective vortex, but that thankfully has storms still moving north-northeast into Eastland County, Stevens County with heavy rain. We note this flash flood warning for another 8 minutes out here around parts of Brown County. Down here, Kerr County, Gillespie County, Medina County, we have flash flood warnings continuing through at least 6 a.m. 8 a.m. out here around Bernie from the flooding yesterday morning. Out here west of Hondo, flash flood warning through 8. Uvalde County, flash flood warnings through 8 a.m. Campwood and Lakey, same thing. Back to the radar. And again, the biggest, most widespread threat is going to be flooding. And it's going to be life-threatening in spots. I want to emphasize that wholeheartedly. Back to the spinny doom element. We've got this activity ongoing. Smith Crossing, Uvalde Estates, one circulation. We note the Uvalde Airport right on the east side of town is northeast winds gusting to 45 miles an hour right now. Rainfall rates exceeding 3 inches per hour, which matches up with the radar estimates. Out here, Uvalde, east side of Uvalde up towards Nippa, we have that circulation. Now, thankfully, that circulation is much less vigorous than it was earlier, but in the rainfall department, unfortunately, I mean, look, all this rain, and this is 2 to 5 inches of rain per hour, and it's just sitting hour after hour. So this is going to be catastrophic. We already had catastrophic flooding out here the last 2 days, and we're about to do it again. So again, this is a life-threatening situation across eastern Kenny Uvalde counties, including the city of Uvalde, life-threatening flooding is likely again. It's probably already getting underway. The soils are saturated. Same thing up here. Kerr County, Ingram, Kerrville, up into southwestern Gillespie County, including Tierra Linda, the neighborhood up there, south of Harper. Harper itself on 290. Tividale over to Morris Ranch. We've got very heavy rain southwest of Fredericksburg. We've got rain in Fredericksburg, but the heaviest rains are going to be out here southwest of town. Though we're going to have to keep an eye on the Pedernales going into later today for another flood wave moving downstream from Harper. And all these rivers out here, again, could have quite a bit of issues in the flooding department, and they will. All right, let's see if that's going to work. Interesting. So even my own local warning server isn't showing that for Uvalde County, so there must be a syntax bug in there. We'll fix that. All right. So let's take a look back at this. Let's show rain totals over the last... Actually, let's do this. What is that, 2 a.m., 2:30? All right, I'm going to show y'all a different way to look at flooding impacts out here. This is a little easier sometimes than just the rain totals, and also helps us show you flooding impacts. You can see around Kerrville, Kerr County, far southwestern Gillespie County near Tierra Linda. Again, flooding impacts have quickly developed out here over the last couple of hours. You can see we likely have significant water rises ongoing around Kerrville right now. Ingram, that's going to extend down towards Center Point eventually. Same thing north of Utopia. And then around here, around Uvalde, again, you can see we've had significant water fall over the last couple of hours. Now, let me show you the rain totals. I can do the 1 hour, but to be honest, let's just do 6. All right, I might have to show different. So let's just do 1 hour rain totals. And we're approaching 4 inches in the last hour alone. Around Uvalde, up toward Nippon Highway 90 towards Sabinal. Kerrville, seen 3.5 inches of rain in the last hour. And again, soils are saturated. It's just not a good situation. And in a minute, we'll take a look at the HER model for a basic timeline over the next few hours. All right, let me press some buttons here. Let me get my phone back up here. You can see it's not a good situation. All right, let's take a look at the velocity segment here again. And I'm getting attacked by lightning, great. Or thunder. That was obnoxious. Now, the good news is both these circulations have looked stronger earlier. They're weaker now, but the honest truth is the flooding threat is just not good. We got major problems in the flooding department. And we got problems with that. It's just not good. Now, let's go up here into Kirk County. According to... Let me pull this up. We've got reported dangerous flooding around Ingram to Kerrville with this activity, and I'll put this on a loop. Sorry, it is almost 3 in the morning. I know, combobulation issues. Notice we have, just like farther south in Uvalde, this activity, western Gillespie County down to Kirk County, it's just sitting. And folks, I'll tell you what, this is not good for the Guadalupe River up here around Ingram. You can see it's just pouring rain right now. So we need folks near the river up there. You know, it would be wise to get away from it. Right now, the forecast is for 15.5 feet for the Guadalupe River around Kerrville. I do not know if that takes into account the current rain. And again, the flooding we had last July was above 30 feet. So again, that's half that. But again, this is a situation where we could see rapid flooding develop out here. And the same goes for all the rivers and streams. I'm not just talking specifically about Ingram and Mountain Home down to Kerrville. I'm talking about Leakey, I'm talking about Uvalde County, all these places where we're getting this rain. You're going to see a very rapid reaction in the streams, creeks, and rivers. Same thing up in Gillespie County, especially the southwestern half of the county. Now, I'm looking at river gauge data right now to see, and we're not seeing... Well, yes, we are. All right, let me just throw this up here. We'll do it this way. And I don't have a visually cute way to show you this just yet. In the sense of being able to show you river gauges in, a cute graphical format. So we're just going to have to do it this way. And I know it's very difficult for you to even see the gauge on here. Let me see if clicking this helps. It doesn't. In fact, if nothing else, it was easier on the other side because you actually had a reference map. So we'll go back to that. And again, the Guadalupe River at Bear Creek above Kerrville was down to 3.98 feet and 294 cubic feet per second at 11:35 p.m. Fast forward, it's 2:48. We're seeing a rapid rise now. The last report at 2:20 a.m. was up to nearly 13 feet, and that likely is continuing to climb. And again, that is upstream of Kerrville, so we've got a flood wave starting to develop up here as prolifically heavy rains fall. We've got a rise on Johnson Creek above Ingram. of several feet that rapidly will continue to rise. And the fact is, we're not going to know how much it's going to rise until it happens, but we still have very heavy rains falling up here on the order of 3 to 4 inches an hour. So this is going to have a major response upward. And I want to emphasize, even though we're talking about the Guadalupe and Kerr County, guess what? The Medina River and Bandera, that's going to rise later. And then specifically down here in Uvalde County, let's take a look at the Leona River near Uvalde. We're starting to see a rise up again. In fact, this blew past its record yesterday. This blew past its record by 6 feet yesterday morning. It dropped until we started having more rainfall. And now you can see it's rapidly climbing back up. We could take a look at the Leona River near Uvalde. That's not a great sign there. We're already starting to see a rapid climb back up near the Frio River near Uvalde. And all these creek streams will feed into the major rivers and they'll start to rise quickly. So again, a lot of river flooding, and that's going to have to move downstream over the next several days. So we're going to be here to deal with this as needed. Now, let's go back to the tornado warnings quickly, even though I'll be perfectly honest, I'm far more concerned about the flooding from this. We still have a couple of much weaker circulations now showing up. We've got one near Nippa. We've got one just west of the Frio River near Connor Lane again. And we've got one near Smith Crossing. Stand by a second. All right, so we're watching those 3 circulations. At this point, they're all much weaker than they were earlier, so we're going to keep an eye out on this and flooding. But again, follow your local emergency officials in terms of any evacuation orders or whatnot. Whatnot being the most inarticulate way I could have described that possible, but it is what it is. All right, let's go back to this. And again, this is just going to show you the rain totals over the last hour, but frankly, in terms of flooding impacts, let's just do this. And I'm not going to go through this, process. This is a good way to show water runoff. Essentially, this is a water runoff depiction, and you got values up into the blues there. That's very, very not good. It's bad. It's a very strong response. We have a lot of water that is fallen, and we're going to see significant flooding. Kerrville, Ingram, up to Tierlinda here, north of I-10 in far southwestern Gillespie County, northern Kerr County. All that water is going to go into the Guadalupe eventually and move downstream towards Center Point and Comfort. We've got heavy rain out here east of Lakey, north of Utopia. We've got a significant water response now underway around Uvalde, and especially just east of Uvalde near Nippa and Sabinal on Highway 90, same areas that got hit earlier. We've got flooding likely in portions of eastern Kenny County and Junction. Now, Junction, you had to deal with heavy rains earlier. Your response, you're starting to calm down now, thankfully. Same thing up here in Brown and Eastland counties. All right, now, here's a different way to look at it. Here is over the last 3 hours. This is essentially the type of flood you're dealing with. A 1 in 25 year, 1 in 100 year. The way those work, it's a probability. So your 1 in 100 year flood means you have a 1% chance every year of having to deal with something like that. In terms of what we're dealing with now around Uvalde, we're already dealing with, and this is just the rain in the last 3 hours, by the way. I could do 1 hour, I could do 6 hour, we'll do 3 hour. A 1 in 100 year flood potentially developing, 1 in 200 year flood trying to develop up here around Uvalde to Nippa. And again, just Kerrville, this is not a good omen for Kerrville up here. Very significant flooding developing around Ingram to Tierra Linda to Kerrville. We're probably going to see a major water response on the Guadalupe and the associated streams in those areas again. And again, here's a precipitation rate. By the way, this just shows if a storm were to sit for an hour, how much rain would fall. You can see we've got rainfall rates over 5 inches right now around Ingram. Again, all this, we saw last year what happens when rain falls in these areas. It's not good. So again, Ingram to Kerrville, and then eventually even down to Center Point Comfort, you're going to have a wall of water coming down the Guadalupe again. Now, I want to be very specific here. I'm not saying it's going to be the level it was last year. How much water is to be determined, but it's definitely going to push the river into flood stage. It's just a matter of how much. Flash flooding, creeks, rivers, streams, etc. We've got heavy rain across portions of Gillespie County, especially from Harper to Tierra Linda, back west of Fredericksburg there. That's going to take you on 2093 towards Tividale and Morris Ranch. And then down here in Uvalde County, it's just not a good situation with rainfall rates in excess of 4 to 5 inches an hour continuing. So it's not good. And again, it's all this rain out here. I can press a couple buttons and show you what we have going on. It's just sitting. So again, this is becoming quickly now a life-threatening situation with major flood potential. Southwestern Gillespie County, Kerr County, parts of Medina County, and then especially Uvalde County. If we had to pinpoint 2 big, bad, very mad situation points right now, Ingram to Kerrville in Kerr County, and frankly, a good chunk of Uvalde County, including the city of Uvalde. You can see, last 2 hours, these heavy storms, they're sitting, or what we call training, back building. This is just where things are not good. So, if you live near a creek, river, or stream, you need to be ready to go. Up in height, get higher. If that means you have to walk 10 feet up a hill, that's what you got to do. But be ready. Follow orders of local officials, obviously, but, you know, if you suddenly have rapidly rising water, you need to be ready. All right, we're going to put this over there. If you know folks in these areas, make sure they're aware. Kerrville, Ingram, Uvalde, Nippa, Sabinal. All right. And so one thing I am doing is I'm checking river gauge data to see responses. And by responses, I mean we're essentially just looking to see what the latest conditions are. This is particularly important for places like Ingram to Kerrville that have the terrain there. And most of these sites update either half-hourly or sometimes even hourly, but sometimes we can get updates more frequent than that. Like the Guadalupe River above Kerrville at Bear Creek. The last update was at 2:20 a.m., so about 40 minutes ago now, and the river was rising, well, several feet per 25-minute stretch. Down across portions of Uvalde County, you know, we're probably going to see major hydrological responses as well. So I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. I guess I'm going to have to update the video titles on YouTube to flood coverage. We still have 2 tornado warnings in Uvalde County. Those circulations are much weaker than they were. And to be perfectly honest with you, the areas they're located in are probably dealing with major flooding right now. We do have a circulation near Uvalde Estates, maybe 2 miles west of Uvalde Estates on 481, a weak type circulation. And then near Garnerfield Road, very near the Frio River and FM 302. Those circulations are generally staying put, but they're generally moving at this point, northeast, maybe 5 miles an hour. So we can't rule out brief tornadoes with those in addition to very strong winds. But the flooding out here, honestly, I think the flooding threat's worse. All right, that's fixed. So let me go ahead and rerun this here. And I think we're going to be able to fix the warning issue now. I didn't think it would involve me building my own warning server locally in the middle of severe weather coverage, but so real quick, let me reset this program. We'll switch back over to this. I know we have a new flash flood warning that just came out. All right. I really hate to say this. I really do. We now have a flash flood emergency for the city of Kerrville. A flash flood emergency for the city of Ingram, Hunt, and Kerrville. I'm Texas Storm Chasers David Reimer. It's 3 a.m. We have a flash flood emergency now in effect for Ingram, Kerrville, Hunt. At 3 a.m., emergency management reported thunderstorms producing heavy rain. Flash flooding is occurring with evacuations, escalating water rescues, and water is beginning to enter structures. We expect rises on the Guadalupe River as well. This is a particularly dangerous and life-threatening situation. Seek higher ground now. This is a life-threatening flash flood emergency of low water crossings, small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, underpasses, and perhaps the Guadalupe River itself. Locations included in this flash flood emergency are Waltonia, Hunt, Ingram, Kerrville. This is a flash flood emergency. All right? So, let there be no mistake. We're up to the level of seriousness. We're high. All right? This is a flash flood emergency for the city of Kerrville, for Ingram, for Hunt. With major flash flooding underway, rapid onset flooding. And we're going to see all that water move into the Guadalupe. So the Guadalupe is going to go into flood. We're going to have a flood wave move down the Guadalupe. Don't know how high it's going to get yet. Not saying it's going to get as high as it did last July, with that 30-foot rise in 45 minutes, but we're going to see a major rise. We've got a new tornado warning out here east of Uvalde, same area this thing's been sitting for over an hour, southwest of Nippa. Frankly, again, not too worried about that right now in the sense of we have major flash flood issues ongoing out here. So again, we have a flash flood warning for Uvalde. All right, so again, tornado warning just east of Uvalde for Nipah, but flash flood warning, the entire Uvalde County takes precedence. Now let me show you what we have ongoing up here. This is a flash flood emergency for Ingram and Kerrville. These are 3-hour rain totals. We've had rain totals, at least 7 inches now around Ingram to Kerrville, and we still have hourly rainfall rates of 4 inches an hour. So again, this is a flash flood emergency for the city of Kerrville and Ingram in the Hill Country. You need to take protective action now. If you are near the river or rivers or streams or in an area that floods, you need to get to higher ground, and that doesn't mean driving through low water crossings. Understand, low water crossings are a no-go. Do not drive near or through low water crossings. If you have to walk up a hill, you need to walk up a hill. That's the simple thing. We don't want you driving through a low water crossing. We don't want you moving out of a place of safety and driving into danger. We don't want that. That happened to a few folks last July. We don't want that. If you're safe, stay put. If you need to evacuate or told to evacuate, do it, but be very careful of where you go and specifically where you drive through. If that means you don't drive anywhere and you simply, walk up a hill, do it. If you are in Kerrville, if you know anyone in Kerrville or Ingram, you need to call and wake them up. That's as simple as it gets. Call and wake them up. If you're in Kerrville, Ingram, Hunt, near the Guadalupe, Kerr County, call and wake them up. I don't care if it's 3 in the morning, call, wake them up. Guess what? This is a flash flood emergency. You want to know what was issued last July? A flash flood emergency. We are at that level again. So we need folks to be aware. Sleep be darned. Nobody gets to sleep now. It's no sleepy time in Kerrville. Everybody and their mama needs to be up. Ingram, same thing. We need no one near the river. We need folks to get away from areas that flood out here. So follow the orders of your local officials. But again, this is a flash flood emergency for the city of Kerrville, city of Ingram. This is a flash flood emergency here on the Junction Highway. And y'all need to be ready to go. Now, we have heavy rains up into southwestern Gillespie County as well. We've got issues around Tierra Linda, it sounds like, with flooding. That's right on the border north of Kerrville, right on the Gillespie-Kerrville County or Kerr County line. We have several inches of rain falling in the last few hours in southwestern Gillespie County. We're going to see a water response with that. And then here's northeast of Uvalde. 10 inches of rain in the last 3 hours. City of Uvalde, comparatively less, a whole 6 inches. And that is bad in itself in the last 3 hours. And guess what? 7 southwest of town near Uvalde Estates, where we also have tornado warnings. So you need to take, in this area where we have flash flood warnings and tornado warnings, you need to protect yourself from the most life-threatening hazard you're dealing with right now. It's as simple as that. But we're here, and we're going to be here for you. All right. I'm going to update this. Update that. Jason, if you're listening, I'm updating the I just updated the TSC videos title. I'm doing the same on the other channel now. All right. I'm David Reimer. It's 3:09 a.m. We have a tornado warning in portions of Uvalde County. What? Why? We have now a tornado. This is unbelievable. Here's what we're going to do. A possible tornado just southwest of Nippa, near Highway 90, maybe 2 to 3 miles southwest of town. That's moving north. A possible tornado west of Uvalde by a couple miles, moving north. A third circulation west of Smith Crossing, moving east. Again, we're dealing with a dynamic situation here where we have multiple circulations that at times are capable of producing spin-up tornadoes. Unfortunately, with this, we're also getting obnoxiously nasty rainfall rates. And because of that, look, a lot of these areas where I would tell you to take shelter in the lowest floor center room, frankly, are dealing with flooding. You need to protect yourself from the hazard that is impacting you the most. If it's flooding, you need to deal with that. Either way, if you can put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, that'd be great. I typically say get as low as you can, but you know what? If you're dealing with flooding, it's going to be a little difficult. Right. All right, we are seeing a pretty strong circulation now coming up to Highway 90 just west of Nippa, so we could have a tornado trying to develop here just southwest of Nippa. This would be Highway 90. This almost took a lightning hit. Highway 90, I can't even pull up any roads here. Highway 90 near FM 302. And this is going to be moving to the north. So we could have a tornado in progress along Highway 90, just west of Nippa, moving off to the north. So if you can, don't be out on 90 there right now. For all I know, it's underwater thanks to the Frio. But be in a safe place. It's a very dangerous morning in Uvalde County. Back to Kerrville, we have a flash flood emergency in effect now for Kerrville, where we are seeing just horrifically intense rainfall rates. And again, here is the hydrological response around Kerrville to Ingram right now. You can see this is where we have extreme extreme values. And again, I won't take time right now to explain what this product is. Just understand we're seeing a very significant response due to extreme rainfall up here. And with that, this is all water that has to run downstream into the rivers, tributaries, etc. So we have major flooding potential, and thus we have a flash flood emergency now in effect for Ingram to Kerrville. The potential, here's a way to look at it. The last 3 hours of rain, a 1 in 164 year event over the last 3 hours, which is essentially meaning you have a 1 over 164% chance in a year of dealing with that. I messed that up. I know. It's the middle of the night. Leave me alone. Either way, the scales are maxed. And all I can say is if you know anyone in Kerrville to Ingram, call them, text them, and let them know that this is a flash flood emergency and they need to get to higher ground if they're anywhere near rivers, creeks, streams. We're still seeing, and this is the instantaneous rain rate, meaning if this storm were to sit here for an hour, which it might, it's still dropping 4 inches of rain an hour. Uvalde County, guess what? We're seeing a lot of the same thing. Major heavy rains out here. You can see we've had rainfall rates near 10 inches since midnight out here near Nippa. About 7 inches near Uvalde. And it's just something we're going to have to deal with as this heavy rain just continues to fall. Back to the radar. Southwest of Nippa, again, here in eastern Uvalde County, a possible tornado. That'll be moving north over Highway 90. After that, it's going to be making its way up towards County Road 101, County Road 346, northeast of Uvalde, northwest of Nippa. Circulations west and southwest of Uvalde looking much less dangerous right now. Heavy rain continues. Additional storms are moving in from the south. Up here in Kerr County, I mean, folks, this is just not what you want to see. You know, an area so hard hit last July is getting hit again. Hunt to Ingram, Kerrville, very heavy range, just moving like a train on the train tracks. Tierra Linda up here in southwestern Gillespie County up to Tividale, south of Harper. Very heavy rains falling on the order of 2 to 4 inches an hour. I'm going to check river gauge data real quick, see what we have. We're definitely starting to see a response on Johnson Creek near Ingram. The Guadalupe River. The Guadalupe River upstream of Kerrville, southeast of Ingram, is up 13 feet in the last, really, couple of hours. Now, last July, it went up 30 feet in 45 minutes, so we're not seeing that kind of an extreme response, but we are going to see the Guadalupe River in Kerrville likely go into at least moderate flood stage. At this point, could get up to 13 feet, at least, so the park is probably going to have some issues. We're going to have to see, though. Eventually, we'll get all that water in the Guadalupe River, and we'll know just how high it's going to go. But this would definitely be a time now. If you've got anyone near the Guadalupe River, you got anyone near the Ingram, Kerrville area, you need to call, wake them up, and let them know flash flood emergency is now in effect, as we have the potential for another life-threatening flash flood event in Kerrville to Ingram. And then eventually that water will get into the Guadalupe and move downstream to Center Point and Comfort. But the honest truth is we don't know yet just how high that is going to go. The Guadalupe River near Center Point. I'm going to put this on this screen up here. All right. This is the Guadalupe River at Center Point. That is downstream of Kerrville. The Guadalupe River in Center Point was at 7 feet at 1:50 a.m. An hour later, it's at 19 feet. So it's gone up 12 feet in an hour. And that's going to keep on going. Here's the Guadalupe River in the city of Kerrville. Last report there was at 2:50 a.m. It's up to nearly 11 feet. And it was at 2.5 feet at 1 a.m. And that rise is going to continue. We've got in Hunt, the Guadalupe River. Looks like it is up to moderate flood stage now. It's up to 12.23 feet. It was at about 8 feet, which is kind of typical for it. A little high, but last evening. So we're going to continue seeing a hydrological response. Here's the Johnson Creek. It's up, running at nearly 3,500 cubic feet per second compared to 200 before all this began at midnight. So here's the Leona River north of Uvalde. It blew through its record yesterday. It was back down to about 5.5 feet late this last evening, and now it's rising again quickly. South of Uvalde, the Leona River, that gauge is malfunctioning. But we're going to see river rises across Uvalde County as well. Back to the tornado warning, northeast of Uvalde. Here's Nippa, and again, we have a velocity signature here. Could have a tornado just northwest of Nippa here, just west of 1049, approaching County Road 101, north of Highway 90. And that's going to be moving north as well. And that's the only velocity signature of note we're seeing right now, but we have major heavy rains out here. And we're going to have flash flood warnings galore. Here's the radar around Ingram to Kerrville. Very heavy rains continue. Same thing up to Tierra Linda in southwestern Gillespie County. What I'm going to do real quick, for those of you who don't know, I'm in Fredericksburg. I'm going to set my scanner here to see if I can't pick up Kerr County. And if I can, I'll just try to bring you some of these reports as I hear them. But here's a regional view. We do have some rain up in western North Texas. There's nothing severe with that right now. And then you can see we have major flooding around Kerrville to Ingram and Hunt. We have major flooding around Tierra Linda in southwestern Gillespie County. South of Harper, very heavy rain as well. Tivigale. But the main issue right now remains western Kerr County. Uvalde County, we also have issues. So again, it is 3:26 a.m. A flash flood emergency in effect for Kerrville, Ingram, Hunt. And it's still pouring rain there. We have heavy rain that continues to fall around Uvalde County. So we have two corridors of very heavy rain we're seeing right now, though we know we have additional rain developing outside of these areas as well. We've got heavy rain in Kerr County, southern Gillespie County. We've got heavy rain in Uvalde County, eastern Kinney County, northern Zavala County. And most of this activity is slowly moving northeast. But a lot of it's just not moving very quick. We're keeping an eye out on the river gauges as well. Hello, alarm that was originally going to let me get more than 110 minutes of sleep. All right, let's go back to the radar. We do have a circulation developing a wee bit west of Uvalde again. Very near the river out here west of town. Very interesting. Still watching circulation now north of 90. Northwest of Nippa, west of 1049, moving up towards 127 gradually, just east of 83. Can't rule out a brief tornado with that, but again, the major concern out here is going to be flooding. We have this major flooding ongoing around Kerrville. Ingram, you can see it's just pouring rain out here. It's going to keep pouring rain for hours yet, meaning the potential exists for double-digit rain totals out here. Just not good. All right, so Hunt, Ingram, Kerrville, it's pouring, and it's going to be doing it for a while. So this is going to be another one of these high-end flood events, I'm afraid. So if you're near the rivers, the streams, the creeks, you need to get to higher ground if you become vulnerable. Even if that means walking up a hill. Do not drive through a low water crossing. All right, I'm checking our river levels again up here. Yeah, we're seeing the Johnson Creek above Ingram rise 1.5 feet every, 10 minutes. Guadalupe River above Kerrville. I can just show you, I guess. Now, I'll leave this on. The Guadalupe River above Kerrville, northwest of Kerrville, so upstream of Kerrville, at 2:50 a.m. is 16.14 feet. It was 6 feet at 1:20 this morning. The Guadalupe River in Kerrville itself is now at, looks like, just under 11 feet at 2:50 a.m., running at 19,300 cubic feet a second. Now, it got up above 30 feet back on July 4th of last year. So again, we're still technically in minor flood stage. It'll get up to moderate soon, but we're going to have to see how much water makes it into the river. But the river's definitely flooding. Hopefully not to the extent we saw last year, but we have a lot of rain falling in these areas right now. All right, so let's clear everything off this screen. Let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model, see if we can't get a little timing on this just to see when things may start calming down. And I'm going to run this from, 5 a.m. through 2 p.m. And that's not good. That is not good at all. This thing just has heavy rain continuing through late morning, with even some into the early afternoon, from near Junction down towards Lakey, into Kerr County, Ingram, Gillespie County. Have some rain moving towards Austin, Waco later this morning as well. And then we have pop-up storms this afternoon. That part's expected across several areas, but let's see how much rain this drops. So again, this thing, I mean, the latest HRRR run's dropping a lot of rain out here. Now, it's not necessarily going to be correct with the exact locations. We're just looking for trends. And the trends are not good. Like, you know, it just... all we can do is do our best to keep folks up to date with what's going on. But again, we have a flash flood emergency in effect for Kerrville, Ingram, Hunt, the Mountain Home area up here, or excuse me, not Mountain Home, southeast of Mountain Home. We have significant flooding likely ongoing near Tierra Linda. And I'm just doing my best to keep an eye on these river gauges. So Kerr County, again, you need to get to higher ground if you are in danger of any of the rivers or streams. If you flooded last year, you're at risk this morning. Hopefully it won't get that bad, but again, we need you to move to a safe place if the water rises near you. And we're going to have a lot of flash flooding out here as well. We have had 3.67 inches of rainfall in Hunt at camp. In Hunt in the last hour. We've had nearly 3 inches of rain in the last hour near Tierra Linda, south of Harper in southwestern Gillespie County. We've had 3 inches of rain fall in the last hour north of Uvalde. We're up to 6.5 inches of rain in the last 2 hours near Hunt, upstream of Ingram and Kerrville. We're going to see a major response on the Guadalupe River. I mean, it is not going to be good. And I can actually show you those as dots on this map. Now, the times are Zulu, so 7:50, that's 2:50 a.m. And we're looking at the flow rates. We're looking at about just under 5,000 cubic feet a second in Hunt. Stand by. I'm listening to some radio. All right. And then the Guadalupe at 2:50 a.m. in Kerrville was running at 10.8 feet, 19,300 cubic feet a second. We're going to have to see. A flash flood emergency has been issued for parts of Kerr County, including the city of Kerrville, Hunt, and Ingram. Catastrophic flooding is occurring. Move to higher ground now. Guadalupe River is rapidly rising and will continue. That is from the National Weather Service in New Braunfels. All right, where's the new tornado warning now? And again, folks, I'll be honest, the flooding's the big story here. I know we've had a couple tornado warnings, and we're going to do our best to keep you updated on that, but we have to deal with the flash flood emergencies we've been dealing with. All right, this is going to be a new tornado warning. This is northern Uvalde County. This is going to include Concan. I'm mispronouncing that, I'm sure. Makers Crossing, Happy Hollow, Second Crossing, Reagan Wells. This is northwest of Trio, northwest of Nippa. And this is going to be for the circulation here, moving north towards Concan. So heads up to y'all. You need to move to a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So that is Uvalde County. Moving off to the north. All right. Per radio traffic and from watch duty, we have localized evacuations now taking place near Monarch Estates in Uvalde due to flooding. All right, so that was the tornado warning. Kerrville, flash flood emergency for Ingram and Hunt due to catastrophic flooding. And we have it's still pouring rain up here. And here's another way to look at this. Again, this is just a different way to show the amount of water that is falling and running off into creeks, streams, etc. out here. And you can see we have values off the charts. Kerrville, upstream to Ingram, Hunt, We have off the chart values, and all this water is going to fall in the Guadalupe. So the Guadalupe is going to jump big. So the Guadalupe is going to have another major flood wave. And with that, y'all need to move to higher ground if you are near the river. And moving to higher ground doesn't necessarily involve driving. I don't want you driving through any low water crossings, etc. We've had so much rain out here, everything's flooded. If you need to climb up a hill, you need to climb up a hill. If you know anyone down Kerrville to Ingram, you need to make sure they're awake. Eventually, depending on how significant that water jump is on the Guadalupe, this could bring Centerpoint and Comfort into a flash flood issue as well. Now, Uvalde County, guess what? You can see we've had major flooding issues down here as well. Values off the chart, northeast of Uvalde up to Nippa. All that's going to fall into the Frio and the rivers down here. But another round of extremely life-threatening flooding ongoing down in these areas once again. With all of this out here this morning. Soils are saturated. Can't take any more rain. And it's just not a good situation. Here's another way to look at it. You know, it's just not good. We're hearing of evacuations now taking place in parts of Ingram and Kerrville due to flooding. And in fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to see if I can't pull up radio traffic.
On the west side of Harper Road, looks like the game voting just showed up here. Did you copy Alex on Wharton? They're going to start evacuation for Highway on Wharton Road. 10-4, he didn't specify if it was river or runoff, just high moving water. 10-4.
All right, we're going to have a new tornado warning for western Uvalde County. What I'm going to do, I'm going to have some raw radio traffic from Kerr County play on the background. That's going to be your fire department traffic. Everything you hear on that, it's going to be unconfirmed, but to be frank, this is just what we're going to listen to in the background. I've got it playing on the stream as well, so you can hear it. So if I stop talking, that's why. All right, the Weather Prediction Center has just issued a discussion.
Water under the house where the Tesla was found, if you remember that. Evacuate in that first road. We would get up Wharton and get to Sea River Road. Go ahead and stand by and clear the channel for fire con answer me.
Let me make sure quickly here.
Command 801, go ahead.
Hey, I'm at the Harbor Road exit. Do we need to send a sheriff over there to help out with city vehicle?
Negative. If you can have a boat team go out to Buckhorn, we're going to need additional units out there. I've got one game worth boat currently. There's some rescues we need out there.
Okay, for 801, 802.
Go for 802.
Hey, if you can handle the Buckhorn with a boat team.
That there is water up to their knees.
22 to 701 or 801. Yeah, we got a boat available to come to that. There could be a boat option.
That there is water up to their knees.
Now, markers, you've got a gate over the what would be on your left hand side. Few of them in a white suit. The gate is our best action. We'll go way back down there. 802.
All right. So we'll keep that off for now. I've got them playing on my speakers. I'll cut it off the stream for now. You'll probably still be able to pick it up here on stuff, but I'm listening to Kerr County Fire just to kind of keep up to date with what we have. So let's talk about this. Blewett, we have a circulation near Happy Crossing, a circulation, boy, that's a nasty looking circulation, a circulation just east of Dabney near Blewett in southwestern Uvalde County. That's capable of producing a tornado. We've got a small circulation near Happy Crossing, and then we have a circulation that looks pretty potent now up south of Concan.
Just acknowledging up Harper Road
In northern Uvalde County. This is a flash flood emergency for the Guadalupe River. In addition to that, Hunt, Ingram, and Kerrville. This is a flash flood emergency. Weather Prediction Center saying the potential for catastrophic flooding will continue with catastrophic impacts in Kerrville and Uvalde.
Who do we need to contact over Buckhorn?
There's multiple rescues that are going with the Texas Parks and Wildlife.
That's a good copy. Like I said, that's the prime metal building right now heading that way.
Yeah, clear the traffic, please.
Okay, Buckholtz in Kerr County, multiple water rescues underway. All right, let's do a check of the rivers. And again, I know we have tornado warnings, but to be honest with you, flooding's going to be the deadlier hazard this morning. So we're trying to do our best to keep abreast of both. All right, looks like they've just updated that.
Command to 801. Do you all have another boat crew available?
Literally, I'm gonna have to get the water.
One of my guys that I have with me has phone contact with those individuals at 840, and it is the same occupant involved with the Henderson Rate address. Also, be advised the only way to for your information, if you do a boat cruise, I need to understand some branch road about people and a two-story house where you are through the bottom floor is coming into the second story now.
All right, so now we have in parts of Kerr County, we have water entering the second story of a home. So the Guadalupe River is up to 19.3 feet in Hunt. Oops.
672 to the boat crew responding to Buckhorn. 672 to the crew responding to Buckhorn.
All right, so the Guadalupe River in Hunt is now just under 20 feet. It continues to rise extremely quickly, and that rise is going to continue. That is near major flood stage. We have the Johnson Creek in Ingram. That is now up to, well, it's up nearly 9 feet. The Guadalupe River, just upstream of Kerrville, has gone from 4 feet to 20 feet. Guadalupe River in Kerrville is in moderate flood stage now. So we have two areas of potentially catastrophic flooding this morning. One, Hunt, Ingram, Kerrville, the Guadalupe River there, and Uvalde County, where we also have multiple possible spin-up tornadoes. We also have major flooding. It's just not good. So, and this rain's going to keep going, probably for hours more yet. So this is going to get much worse before it gets better. It's just a very bad situation.
We need to go to Buckhead. More popcorn to rescue.
We're all happy
I just passed and I
All right. Quickly, let's look at the velocity here. We do have multiple spin-up tornadoes. We have one possible spin-up just southeast of Concan here in northern Uvalde County. That's going to be moving north. We have a second circulation near Blewett, west of Uvalde. That activity moving north. And again, flash flood warnings, this whole area. I know we have spin-up circulations, and we very well could have spin-up tornadoes here. But again, we have major flooding issues as well. And that may take precedence, honestly. You need to do what you need to do to protect, your life. So if you've got flooding, it's probably going to be more precedent than a spin-up tornado. It's a tough situation. All right, Kerrville, Ingram, Hunt, we still have very heavy rains falling. Same thing goes southwestern and western Gillespie counties. We have flash flood warnings in place. We have a flash flood emergency for Kerrville, Ingram, Hunt. The Guadalupe is up over 20 feet. Is now over 20 feet, not up 20 feet.
I've got two more walleyes, so they'll be here in about an hour.
All right, Uvalde County, we do have a pretty strong indication of a possible tornado now near Blewett, southeast of Klein. You can see that there, so a possible tornado just southwest of 90. We have a possible tornado just east of Concan. Northwest of Trio. And hey, I want to give some shout outs. It is 4 in the morning. meteorologist Jason Cooley up with us all night. He's helping us out tonight by doing social media work. He's posting a lot of the graphics, situational awareness. You don't see him on this live stream usually, but he's there. I want to give him a big thanks. I know he's been dealing with a sick family and all sorts of stuff, and he's sacrificing his, well, whatever sleep he would get. We have amazing moderators, Scott and Sarah, and look, my job here is to do the best job I can to bring you life-saving weather information. It's 4 a.m, and to be perfectly honest with you, most folks here are probably not going to be watching this live stream. You may go back after the fact and watch it, because unfortunately what we're likely witnessing this morning is probably going to go down the history books for another weather disaster in the state of Texas. But we are here, and we appreciate you tuning in. We appreciate you being our eyes and our ears and helping us to bring weather information to the folks who need it. All right. Let's take a look at this.
Copy that. Water intake one at a time. Halfway across the water. Copy. We got everything on the truck at the station. I'm fixing to go somewhere. County Street.
All right, so you're listening to Kirk County Fire. A couple different radio channels. So this is not good. This is a very serious situation. Oh.
Fire up two, please.
And it's going to keep going for hours yet.
We're clear the second incident.
All right. So one of the main things we're doing this morning, in addition, what is this? All right, in addition to monitoring all this, is monitoring river levels. All right, the Guadalupe River in Hunt's about to blast into major flood stage. It's over 20 feet now. What time was that? That was 3:35. So given the time delay, it's probably already up in the major flood. And we have multiple tornadic circulations in Uvalde County. We've got one circulation near Blewett. I'll be honest, that's probably a tornado down right now, just based on the velocity signatures here. So we've got a tornado likely down now, just northwest of Blewett, and boy, look at that hook echo there. That's as classic as it gets. So I'm really sorry we're dealing with both flooding and tornadoes, but unfortunately we have both to deal with. So again, tornado likely in progress right now near Blewett in western Uvalde County. A second possible tornado just east of Haby Crossing in Uvalde County. A third possible tornado near Concan in Uvalde County. A fourth possible tornado east of Concan in Uvalde County, all moving north. So again, that is 4 circulations, 4 potential tornadoes, and a partridge in a pear tree, whoopie-dee, in Uvalde County. So Uvalde County also has major flooding. You have and 4 possible tornadoes. I'll tell you what, this thing in western Uvalde County, very near Blewett and Ranch Road. 1022.
Okay, so you want me to leave the Buckhorn and head that way towards county? I'm waiting 24 to 34. We'll head that way to Center Point. 845 to 84. Yeah, we're trying to here on River Road and walk here at the If there's anybody on the river, I think the Green Cross, no aid or 510. You need to address where that two-story house is, where those people need rescue from. I've got choppers coming in.
Okay, so a couple notes. There's a flood wave moving down the Guadalupe. It's going to make it past Kerrville. It's going to make it to Center Point. It's going to make it to Comfort. So that's one thing they were just talking about. Two, the fire station they were probably just talking about was likely either Hunt or Ingram. I've been there. I was there a couple weeks ago. So they're talking about the river waters already almost to the fire station again. So the rivers continue to rise. And the Guadalupe, that's the river I'm talking about. So we've got a flood wave moving down the Guadalupe. And you can hear them. They're evacuating everyone along the Guadalupe again at this point with that.
There were 10 people on the second story of the barn.
10 people?
And this is raw radio traffic out of Kerr County Fire. Typically, I wouldn't be playing this for y'all, but to be frank, I need to know the situational awareness with this too.
There were 3 houses on the property. She said there were 10 people.
All right, we've got a flash flood emergency now for Uvalde, Smith Crossing, Nippa, and Sabinal. A flash flood emergency now for Smith Crossing, Uvalde, Nippa, Sabinal. We have a flash flood emergency for Kerrville. We have a flash flood emergency for Ingram, a flash flood emergency for Hunt.
Need to respond back to Center Point. Just trying to find a place. 701 to command.
Engine 7271 round zero location. 722
All right. Uvalde County, multiple possible tornadoes in progress, in addition to now a flash flood emergency for Uvalde itself.
We've got Westwood Oak. We just found out it's going to be 840 for the 2 occupants on the second floor, and the other incident is the one on Henderson Branch with the 10 occupants.
All right, we got people in trees in Kerr County. So we got people in trees. We've got people that, at least one person that's been swept away is in a tree. We've got people needing rescue from second-story floors near the river that are now under water entering the second stories. It sounds like I know they're talking about air support. It's going to be real difficult in the middle of a thunderstorm. But again, a large-scale response is underway in Kerr County again. We have A major flood wave moving down the Guadalupe again. We've got prolifically heavy rain still falling, so the water's going to keep rising.
What's the address? And I've got two boat teams and crews going that way.
111 Houston Branch Road. Apparently there's 10 people on top of a barn, 10 and 10 people on top of a barn.
Like I said, two boat teams and full crews going in.
We've had over 10 inches of rain fall upstream of Kerrville in the Ingram and Hunt areas in the last really 3 to 6 hours, so nearing a foot. And we still have very heavy rain falling at another 4 inches an hour. So we're now over a foot of rain in these areas, it looks like. Uvalde, we've had 6 to 12 inches of rain fall in the last 4 hours in these areas, so we have a flash flood emergency, tornado warnings in Uvalde County.
Negative, do not go to fire off 3. Not fire off 3. I'm on plan. Water is on fire off 1. Everything else is on fire off 2.
Good copy, sir. Can you have that put on the page? So they can get it.
Received. I texted you a copy of the ITS 5 from
So again, that's what we have ongoing there. And again, this is the radar. You're listening to live fire traffic from Kerr County, including Ingram, Kerrville, Hunt, and you can hear the waters are rising. It doesn't even have to necessarily be the Guadalupe. You've got
500 to 501.
all right. Let's check some of the river levels again. Now, let me. I'm being ADHD here. Might have just had a tornado cross Highway 90 near Ranch Road 1022 west of Uvalde. Circulation north of Habby Crossing, southeast of Laguna, moving north. Okay, folks, again, this is a flash flood emergency for Kerr County. What you just heard was we're having homes being swept away with people in them now, according to radio traffic. That's all unofficial until confirmed. A lot of stuff you hear in, disaster scenes initially may not necessarily be true. But understand this. We probably do have people dying right now in Kerr County from flooding.
Correct. It's going to be close to that.
We need to do everything we can to save lives. So if you know anyone near Kerrville, Ingram, Hunt, wake them up, call them. Same thing around Uvalde. Nippa to Sabinal. We have a flash flood emergency for over a foot of rain as well. And again, we have multiple circulations with possible tornadoes in Uvalde County. The problem is there's flooding. So I typically say get as low as you can. Well, guess what? It may be flooded. So just, do what you need to do to protect the lives of you and your family. As many walls between you and the outside as possible. The Guadalupe River in Center Point has now risen 24 feet. It has gone from 6.5 feet at 12:30 this morning, and 1 a.m. it is now at 30.55 feet. So again, the Guadalupe River in Center Point, southeast of Kerrville, has gone from 6.29 feet at 1 a.m. It is now, as of 3:55 a.m., at 30.55 feet. That flood wave is going to keep moving towards Comfort. So the Guadalupe River in Comfort is now likely to reach major flood stage as well. Guadalupe River in Kerrville. Last report in the city of Kerrville, at the river gauge in Kerrville, it was at 13.5 feet. It's going to make a run at least 20 feet, which is major flood stage. So unlike what we saw last July, we've got rain also falling downstream of Kerrville. A lot of heavy rain. So the Guadalupe River is being inundated at multiple points simultaneously. The Guadalupe River above Kerrville is gone from 4 feet to 23 feet.
We called no answers for walking back to the truck. 5 o'clock on.
Uvalde, again, we have major flooding around Uvalde and in Uvalde County as well, with very heavy rains continuing. All right, so we have major flooding in Uvalde. We have a flash flood emergency for Uvalde. We have a flash flood emergency for Kerrville, Ingram, Hunt. Sorry, I know that that beeping must be annoying. I just fixed it.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
BR
Vision has got another call.
We have
We have
a
a traffic
traffic
occupant,
occupant,
371 Indian Creek
Road.
Road.
Gentleman is
Wheelchair bound.
Correct, 501 fire call.
Commander 701.
All right. So again, it's raining a lot out here in the hill country this morning. We have a catastrophic flooding situation now unfolding in Kerrville, Ingram, and Hunt in Kerr County. We have catastrophic flooding in Uvalde. We have a new tornado warning now west of Brackettville for this storm. This is going to be out in Kenny County. This is a possible circulation that's trying to get going now well southeast of Laughlin Air Force Base. That's going to be moving northeast towards Amanda, Standard, and Pinto, west of Brackettville this morning. So again, that is now a tornado warning for eastern Kenny County. This does technically include the city of Brackettville, out west on Highway 90 to Amanda. Rotation, yeah, there is some rotation there for sure. Keep an eye on it, but again, we're busy this morning. We have a flash flood emergency and multiple tornado warnings in Uvalde County. Storm now northeast of Klein, southwest of Haby Crossing, moving northeast towards Haby Crossing. That's one circulation. We have a second circulation now northeast of Concan, about to cross over.
I've got people trapped in an attic at 2190 Junction Highway. Deputy 4561 Carlisle is out there. Can y'all help him out?
We got people trapped in attics now on the Junction Highway from floodwaters in Kerr County. This circulation approaching Ranch Road 1050 west of Utopia, east of Happy Hollow, moving north. Additional very heavy rain and a flash flood emergency continues around Uvalde County. All right, where's that new flash flood warning coming out for? Who's it going to be? Kenny, Maverick, Val Verde counties. Yeah, so that's a flash flood warning out here east of Del Rio for portions of Maverick, Kenny, and Val Verde counties.
Tell them I want to come in. We just had it here go through Grove Creek. He makes it done. Did his job. Put us on that.
Appreciate it.
All right, in case you're wondering what we have going on, here you go. Just threw this together very quickly. We have 3 tornado warnings, 2 flash flood emergencies, we have 9 flash flood warnings, and enough river flood warnings to make your head spin. So again, we have 3 tornado warnings, 2 flash flood emergencies, we have 9 flash flood warnings, and guess what? We're going to have more than that likely here over the next few hours. And I'm taking lightning hits. Noted. Oh yeah, I've got a storm about to hit me here in Fredericksburg.
7.2. We find that address is going to be on River Left or River Right. Oakville Street.
Yes, stand by.
All right, so it is 4:23 a.m. Good morning. I'm Texas Storm Chaser Spalding and Chief David Reimer. We're dealing with flash flood emergencies this morning in Uvalde County, Kerr County, Kerrville, Ingram, Hunt, down to Center Point. The Guadalupe River is doing another one of its very catastrophic rises. We've got multiple people in the river in Kerr County. We've got numerous people trapped on the second floor and attic of buildings, and it's still pouring rain. We have 3 tornado warnings, 2 flash flood emergencies, 9 flash flood warnings, and it is not good. And that flash flooding threat's about to get worse in Gillespie County. All right, let's check some river levels again.
Command to that vote team right to the address on Joe Highway.
7-1, go ahead.
There's it. Go ahead.
It is at 2190 Junction Highway. Taco's on the creek on the curve right there. Carlisle's out there.
All right, so
I
we've
pulled
had
for y'all.
the
Where person is in the app.
Guadalupe
That's where we're on the Curville side, we can't make this cross.
on
Station 72 to 701, what's the address?
Guadalupe County, excuse me, Kerr County. We've seen the Guadalupe River near Center Point go up
51.
24 feet in the last hour and a half. We've got very heavy rains now moving into southwestern Gillespie County. The flood threat's about to increase across Gillespie County. We've had 3.5 inches of rain near Tierra Linda, southeast of Harper. That's up here in Gillespie County, southwest of Tividale. All right. So we have a tornado warning in eastern Kenny County.
Command to VFD Swiftwater team. If y'all do any use, please get names, let us know, and your location.
One circulation south of Amanda. That one is intensifying out in eastern Kenny County. This is going to be eventually moving slightly north-northeast towards Highway 90 west of Brackettville. Now, let me show you this. We're about to have a major flood issue here in Kenny County. Look at all this super heavy rain.
Apparently they're too busy now. We'll let you handle that one how you want.
All right, I'm going to mute that for a minute. We've got training setting up here in eastern Kenny County. So from Laughlin Air Force Base to Brackettville, we're about to have a major flooding threat. I'm taking cloud-to-ground lightning strikes here, so ooh, yay, that was loud and scary. So what we're going to be dealing with here is major flooding issues here developing in parts of the Northern Edwards Plateau shortly. You can see that flash flood warning has now been issued. That includes the city of Del Rio. So again, we're going to have flooding issues down here too. We have a couple tornado warnings as well. Out here northwest of Uvalde, again, we still have storms spinning about out here. Some circulations, they look less concerning than they did a little earlier. Same thing northeast of Concan. That's moving up towards Vanderpool and Lakey. We have flash flood warnings now in effect from Del Rio, Texas, northeast over 100 miles to Kerrville and Fredericksburg. We have a major flood event underway across the Hill Country and Edwards Plateau this morning. We have flash flood emergencies with people are in the river or trapped by the river in Kerrville, Ingram, Hunt, Center Point. We've got flash flood emergency now in Uvalde. We have major issues. And again, we still have prolifically heavy rains falling, and they're going to keep falling for several hours yet. So we need everyone out here to help us. And you know what? At this point, we need everyone to just simply stay safe. And if you know folks in these areas that are being impacted, call them, let them know what's going on, and wake them up. Again, this is going to be an event where I have great fear of what we're going to hear in news reports after it's over. So all we can do here is big lightning strike, do the best we can. And again, I'm in Fredericksburg. So all right, we're listening to that. So, given all the lightning here, there is a distinct possibility I'm going to take power hits. Now, I've got some batteries here that'll give me a few minutes, but if I lose commercial power, I may disappear for a little bit until I get set back up with a backup. But I'm about to flood here in Fredericksburg, it looks like. So, let me just check things real quick. And there is a little bit of rotation with some of these cells coming up here as well. We'll see. I'm not going to be happy if I end up in a tornado warning. But again, very heavy rains now falling across the hill country. We've got heavy rains in Gillespie County. We have heavy rains in Kerrville, Ingram. All this is producing hourly rainfall rates in excess of 3 inches an hour. And with that, we now have we have major flooding around Kerrville. Now, in these areas, if you are not at risk of flooding, stay put. Do not drive, do not leave. I don't care if you're at home or you're at work. Stay where you are. Gillespie County, Kerrville, Kerr County, stay where you are, especially if you're not in danger. Now, if you're in danger of rising waters, here's a couple tips. Frankly, with all the flooded roads, you may just be better off walking out of harm's way. If it's because of the Guadalupe River, you might just have to go walk up a hill. It might be better than having to drive, because so many roads are underwater. Driving, you may get put in a dangerous situation yourself. We're down to 1 tornado warning for now. It's going to be this storm near eastern Kinney County, moving up north of Pinto, west of Brackettville. This is going to be Highway 90. I'll tell you this, Highway 90, I wouldn't make that drive right now between... Really, honestly, I wouldn't go from Hondo to Del Rio. Highway 90 is not a good place to be. Still watching this storm near Haby Crossing, southeast of Laguna, northwest of Uvalde. They may have to put a new tornado warning on that soon. We have flash flood warnings all the way from Del Rio, east through Uvalde, Hondo, north to Bernie, Kerrville, Junction, Fredericksburg. Flash flood emergencies for catastrophic flooding out here. Uvalde and Kerrville. Let's just show you what has happened. Let me see if we can switch this to this. I might do this. Let me press some buttons here. Stand by. I'm just going to try to show you rain totals over the last couple of hours out here.
Actual location. River Road were split. Evacuate people. Yeah, boy, I'm going over Road Resort. The water is right up here by the road where we are. It's very high and moving very fast. Okay, 801 to Center Point. I need to know where my son. If you're gonna try now, sound off and let me know where you're at. Hey, 801, do y'all need help out there in Center Point for evacuation? I'm going over Road Resort right now. Engine 831. 82 stuff at residents on that road.
We're just listening to some radio traffic together out of Kerr County. So here's a look at observed rain totals. Now, this is over the last few days, but this includes what's happened now. We're nearly 30 inches of rain northeast of Uvalde. Kerrville area, Ingram, storm total over the last few days is now 17, according to data. Now, let's just look at the last 3 hours. It's bad enough. We're up to nearly 10 inches of rain around and northeast of Uvalde. Ingram, west of Kerrville, we're up to nearly 7 to 8 inches. And we have major rises on all the rivers out here. The Guadalupe, the Guadalupe, we have river rises around Uvalde County. And the rivers are going to stay high for days. All that water is going to have to move downstream. We're going to deal with that. But the issue now is rapid onset flooding out in these areas.
We have located Leon. No one requires their search.
And I'm going to turn the flash flood warnings off for a minute so you can actually see the radar under the map. And, I mean, look, we've got heavy rain. And the heaviest of these storms, the red you see, 2 to 4 inches of rain an hour. All right, let's do some checks. I'm doing some stream checks up around Kerr County again.
Go ahead and send one over here to Oliver Road, and then have the other one go down 27, down Caroline, and on those side streets.
801 from utility 51.
Caroline's going to be in between Cedar Point and Comfort on the right.
All right, we have the Guadalupe River near Center Point is just under 32 feet now. We have a new tornado warning in northwestern Uvalde County. This is going to be near Haby Crossing and Highway 55. This is going to stay southeast of Laguna, northwest of the city of Uvalde. This tornado warning goes until 5:15 a.m. There's your velocity couplet right there, your well-defined hook echo. So again, could easily have a tornado down now about to cross Highway 55 near Haby Crossing, that is in northwestern Uvalde County. Other circulation, possible tornado near Standard, east of Amanda, east of Laughlin Air Force Base, west of Brackettville in Kenny County. Flash flood emergency continues for Uvalde County. Flash flood emergency for Kerrville and Hunt and Ingram. And it's not good. And the rain's going to keep going for a while yet. Again, we expect rains to continue for at least another 3 to 6 hours. So again, if you're dealing with flooding in Kerr County, stay put unless it is an imminent life-threatening emergency. If you need to go to higher ground, honestly, if you're by the river, you might just have to walk there. Otherwise, if you end up having to go up in your building, and if you are having to go in your attic, you need to take an axe or something to where you can cut through the roof, to where if the water rises to the point where it's getting into your attic, you can cut your way out of the attic and onto the roof. But roads are going to be impassable in Kerr County. So don't put yourself in more danger by making that drive. All right. So again, what we have and continue to have, we've now had over 6 inches of rain in the last 2 hours south of Harper in Gillespie County. Rain totals probably near or in excess of that continue in Kerr County from Kerrville to Ingram. We have a lot of water moving down the Guadalupe now. We have 2 tornado warnings farther southwest.
The water is getting into the attic now where the subject is.
Kirk.
Is it gonna be the house that's private? Let's go back.
Yes, it's that house back there.
All right, northwest of Uvalde, southeast of Laguna, Happy Crossing, we have what looks to be probably a tornado developing now. That's a pretty strong velocity couplet. That's going to be pivoting off to the northeast for now, may turn north. But again, probable tornado now in progress. That's going to be northwest of the city of Uvalde by 13 miles. That's going to move north eventually into northern Uvalde County. Farther west, a possible tornado about to cross over Highway 90. That is going to be west of Brackettville by about 10 miles. Highway 90 is not a good place to be anywhere between Del Rio and honestly the west sides of San Antonio. Just don't do it. Don't travel this morning in the Hill Country or the Edwards Plateau. Don't. It's just not a good idea. Boy, look at that velocity couplet. That thing is mean. Look at that. Definitely probably have a tornado with this right now. Just northeast of Highway 55. Okay, I know we talk about tornadoes a lot, but this really is a situation where the flooding's going to be worse. Flash flood emergency does continue around Hunt, Ingram, and Kerrville. Now, let's do this. Let's see if we can't switch to that. All right, let's switch back to this. And you're looking at 15-minute rainfall rates.
Yes, can we get y'all to go down to the
Oh, I need to slow that loop down. Hold on a second. And the reason we're looking at this is rain totals over a 15-minute period. And the reason we're looking at this is just to see the rainfall rate. Maybe it's slowing down, and it looks like maybe we're starting to see this slow down just a bit in Kerr County.
we were able at this time to locate the occupants of the Nissan.
Now, these are 15-minute rain rates. So again, we still have rainfall rates of nearly 3/4 of an inch over the last... Okay, be quiet, scanners. Over the last 15 minutes. So that is enough to cause more flooding. Western and northwestern central Kerr County. Southeast of Harper. West of Morris Ranch. That's going to be enough to cause flooding. So that's over the last 15 minutes. So multiply that by 4, and, well, you end up with your hourly rainfall rate. Here is northeast of Concan, an inch of rain in the last 15 minutes. Northwest of Uvalde, same thing. That is more than enough to cause flooding, given the saturated soils. East of Laughlin Air Force Base, west of Brackettville, same thing. All right. Now, here is the current precipitation rate. Now, here is some good news for those of you in Ingram and Kerrville. We're starting to see the heaviest rain shift north of your area. So the rain rates are starting to come down. The damage is done, but we're starting to see the rain decrease a bit in intensity now across central and northern Kerr County. Unfortunately, now the heavier rains are starting to move. For those of you in Gillespie County, the heavier rains are moving into Gillespie County. So we could see an increase in the flooding issues shortly in Gillespie County, especially from Harper to Fredericksburg, southwest, down 16, out west on 290. We have very heavy rains continuing in spots of the Uvalde County. Again, these are hourly rainfall rates if the storm simply sat where they are. And in some spots, you can see we're near 6 inches an hour. Now, the storms are moving a bit out here, thankfully, but still, that is extreme rainfall rates. And then here's the last hour. You can see we still have rain rates over 3 inches an hour over the last hour in parts of Kenny County, Uvalde County, and then up here in parts of southwestern Gillespie County into northeast and north central Kerr County, 2 to 3 inches in the last hour. And you might be like, oh, that doesn't seem like that much. Let me show you what we've had in the last 2 days. Over the last 2 days, we're now 15 inches of rain just west of Kerrville near Ingram. Over the last 2 days, we're at a foot of rain in Bernie, now approaching 8 to 10 inches southwest of Fredericksburg. And wait till you see this. 27 inches of rain in the last 2 days, northeast of Uvalde near Kipna. So now you might understand why the soils are saturated and we can't take much rain at all at this point. All right, back to the radar we go. And I'm listening to fire traffic from Gillespie County and Kerr County.
Five, 10 to 5.
Yes, sir. What, do y'all have any needs for pesticide out there?
I've got rain pouring against my window.
We're just trying to get across river here right now. There's multiple cars, dumpsters, RVs close down right now. We're just to get across.
Multiple cars, dumpsters, and RVs floating down the river.
But you have the interstate closed?
It's just right under the interstate on the turnaround on here. It's gonna be like 501.
Flooding at exit 501 at the turnarounds there on I-10. I believe that's under the interstate. Or near it. Boy, it's pouring rain here. Guess I'm about to find out if where I am is going to flood a bit. All right, so again, here's Gillespie County. We have very heavy rain now. The flood threat here is going to increase considerably. It's still raining in Kerrville and Ingram and Hunt, but the rain has let up a bit. We're now kind of back to just a steady downpour versus the 4 inches of rain an hour, but the damage is done. It's still raining, and we may have heavier rains move back into the region from the southwest.
We're going down towards Carolina. Once we got 2 more vehicles, we got to get to the school. Order to go to the station. We got everything.
Man, 7 for another boat crew right now. How much?
27. Right, but I know. I'm trying to get around. We're having to go. We're getting all of them down. There's only one vehicle left, and that's trying to transfer it up. Anything. You know where Carolina is?
For y'all, 2190 for Carlisle.
500 or
No,
501?
we can get across there.
271 part-time Kevin Hall is Cypress Springs State.
500 or 550?
Here, I'm going to turn the sound dampening off on this mic. You might be able to hear the kind of rain I have. We're about to hear thunder, by the way. Hopefully it's not something that's going to make me jump.
through Airfield on the Johnson Creek Bridge going to Highway 39. That they were also brought down. I'm quite sure they driven through.
Yeah, they were down probably by the we just came from there.
All right, the Guadalupe River above Kerrville, above Bear Creek, has now gone from 4 feet to 26.75 feet and continuing to climb. And that was 30 minutes ago. So that is now up, 22 feet? So the Guadalupe River in Kerrville.
501 Firecom, be advised, myself and 510, and we have personnel. We're with the vehicle that got washed off on Fox Trail. We're searching the bank now.
Continues. It's just not good. So again, the Guadalupe River in major flood now, or about to be, all the way from Ingram to Kerrville, Center Point to Comfort. We have very heavy rains now across southern and southwestern Gillespie counties. So the flood threat is increasing for places like Fredericksburg, Morris Ranch, and Harper. And we could see the Pedernales undergo a pretty significant rise later this morning. We have tornado warnings that continue northwest of Uvalde. East of Highway 55 now. That'll be moving up towards, let me make sure. Is this moving northeast? Yeah, it's kind of moving northeast, so I mean, it'll probably stay southwest of Concan. We'll keep an eye on that. And then we have a circulation about to cross over Highway 90 west of Brackettville, northeast of Pinto. So if you're just joining us, good morning. It's 4:52 a.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Boldy and Chief David Reimer in the midst of a flash flood emergency in Kerrville, Ingram, the Guadalupe River. Yes, those are the same areas that were hit last July 4th. We also have a flash flood emergency for Uvalde County. We have a couple tornado warnings. Sorry, that's my scanner. All right. All right. Sorry, I got distracted. So you can see we have very heavy rains. We have major flooding in Kerrville, Ingram, the Guadalupe River. We're about to have some pretty nasty rain in Gillespie County. We've now had nearly 10 inches of rain southeast of Harper since midnight. That's in Gillespie County. Tierra Linda. And unfortunately, the heavy rains continue. We do have a couple of thunderstorms up in western North Texas, the big country. No warnings with that. No flooding yet at this point. The flood threat's much lower up there. Those storms are actually moving. But just to acknowledge the fact, yes, there's storms up there. So again, let's just let me set this output up real quick.
almost up to the top of the river.
Received. Do you need any out there?
Let's show you real quick.
Coming, we're just trying to get everybody invited. I'm in contact with my people, so.
Okay, where do you need my deputy to go? I've got 2 available right now.
They check Birdie Creek or Snow Leak, those 2 low water areas.
Sorry, I'm listening. That's Kerr County Fire.
601 to 950. Center Point, which is on interstate, but they're served. I'm trying to get the SO to send it to Buckhorn for y'all.
All right, so here is the we've got currently 2 tornado warnings, 2 flash flood emergencies, and 10 flash flood warnings. I don't know why the top bar up on this stream isn't updating as quickly as some of these other counts. But I'll look at it. That was loud.
400 Creek Road. I have a farmer that lives at subdivision. They are
Sorry, call 501. You've got a firefighter there.
Yes, ma'am, there's persons up on their RV, they're flooded out, and he's requesting a boat team.
701 372 Firecom.
Go ahead.
I'm at the Buckhorn with a boat team. They're requesting 4 personnel life jackets en route to the Buckhorn.
So we're 501.
510 to 500, go ahead for.
Mr. Jordan just stopped by and said Fifth Street is completely washed away. Just letting you know.
501 received.
Okay, so we've in Kerr County, I assume near the Guadalupe River,
Go ahead.
we have people on the roofs of their RVs. We have people that are in attics that are being rescued off the second stories of their homes.
Be advised, 547 is flooded in at the trail 2400 Creek Road. Already notified the SO, he's requesting a boating, and there's persons in the park who are on their RVs that flooded out.
Okay.
So again, it's not a good morning. We're dealing with very serious stuff here. Flash flood emergency for Kerrville, Ingram, and Hunt. Down to Center Point, we have a flash flood emergency for Uvalde.
Yes, Deputy, or somebody at the office of the people over next, come block off exit 501. 505. Let's go outside, we got people that run off there. Coming in with it.
501 westbound exit.
Go. Copy.
Received.
All right, let's go back to Uvalde County. Let's take a minute with circulation. We're on radar. So we have a pretty strong looking circulation out here.
Down in Trappers Falls.
701, go ahead.
Remember the address was. Get over the story, tell him. Yeah, who you contact, we cleared. To Cheatham, and it's the boat crew out of Junction. There should be 2 boat crews out of Junction.
10-4.
So, approaching Indian Creek Road, northeast of Highway 55 up here in Uvalde County, a probable tornado is in progress. Would be completely wrapped in rain. If this continues, it may get closer to Highway 83 and 1051.
All the information, I've already contacted Junction Fire, and they're sending me a boat team too.
West of Concam. Second.
That unit that was trying to contact Troy, he's aware of that. He's making that call now.
Second tornado warning. West of Brackettville, staying west of town. All these storms, by the way, I'll put the loop back on. And unfortunately, you're going to see that this is just like a train moving on the train tracks. It's not moving quickly. And it just dropped That was scary, dropping copious amounts of rain. That was a scary lightning strike. Apologies. I don't know if this caught that or not.
834. I mean 801 to 838.
I'm here in Fredericksburg, so I'm getting clobbered.
386, 1 non-amber hurricane.
Just 7-1.
So I'm taking cloud-to-ground lightning strikes where I am in Fredericksburg. We have very heavy rain with increasing flooding. All right, let's go back to this. And I'm going to show y'all
No.
an easier way to see where we have flooding issues. And again, this is going to be a not rain total. This is just going to take into account rain plus runoff, and you can see where we have the worst flooding right now, and it matches up well with what we're seeing with the reports we're getting. So Kerr County, Kerrville, up now increasingly so up towards Tividale, south of Harper, Tierra Linda, the southwest of Fredericksburg and Gillespie County, down to Kerr County. We have major flooding potential with very significant runoff from rain. Same thing goes across all of Uvalde County and now increasingly so eastern Kenny County. We have probably a tornado that could very well be in progress right now about 10 miles west-southwest of Concan.
834 to 80.
And that is the only tornado warning we have now.
834, go ahead. Yep. 3-0, 3-7.
$845, 801.
So that's something we're going to have to watch for. I'm sorry. I know it's
829.
an ADHD nightmare. And Jason, shoot me a text or something if that scanner traffic gets too distracting on the stream in terms of the audio. I can always plop in some headphones. All right, let's do some river level checks. Oh, look, it's a, me. Still me. I was hoping that fixed some of the lag. It might have. Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, let's do some river checks. So again, we still have very heavy rains falling across the hill country into the northern Edwards Plateau. We're going to see a lot of flooding potential increase here from Del Rio to Brackettville soon. Same thing across Uvalde County. We have very heavy rains now in Medina County. The heaviest rains are now moving north of Kerr County, but we have very heavy rains now in western Gillespie County. Fredericksburg out to Harper on 290, down 16. I would avoid travel if all possible. There's going to be a lot of street flooding probably. this button.
Chris, if you are still down there, 501. We'll see you on the way also.
I'll have the portable, but it's gonna be in and out.
Where's that new tornado warning? For real in Uvalde counties.
Go ahead for one.
From the Sheridan to the Ag Barn. About 5 minutes to get there.
We're coming up running to the water.
It's going to be a new tornado warning for Camp Wood, Happy Hollow, Montrell, and Reagan Wells up here in northern Uvalde County and far southern Real County. This is going to be a tornado warning until 5:45 a.m. Again, the possibility of a rain wrap spin-up tornado with that storm as it continues moving to the north now. At about 15 miles an hour. All right, y'all give me just a second. I am going to go wipe my nose. It's itching the heck out of me. It happens when you talk a lot. So give me just a second. I'll be right back.
.801. Where was that at? Hold on. 801. Where did that branch hit the bridge at? What bridge? And verify that Anderson Bridge.
All right. Let's continue, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So again, we have one storm with a possible rain wrap tornado east of Montel, near Reagan Wells. That's moving north across northern Uvalde County, where we also have flash flood warning. And that's moving towards southern Real County. Let's go ahead and continue now with our... We have very heavy rain continuing across the hill country this morning. We have a flash flood emergency for Kerrville, a flash flood emergency for Uvalde. We have flash flood warnings, dozen plus of them at this point.
722.
From Del Rio to Brackettville to Uvalde.
We had the original caller advised. She got the address wrong. It's not 111 Henderson Branch. It's going to be 844 Ingram Hills Road. 844 Ingram Hills Road. Should be right next door.
Hondo up to Bernie and Fredericksburg.
We've got 2 of those Task Force 1 boats, so we'll be relocating to Ingram Hills Road.
10.
We've got major flooding on the Guadalupe River. But it looks like the Guadalupe River in Hunt has peaked at 20 feet. It's down to 18 feet now. So that flood wave in Hunt out here has peaked. So we're starting to see the water drop a bit. Let's take a look at the Guadalupe River just above Kerrville. It's up to 29 feet. Here, let me see. I might be able to pop it on here.
Turn around. It's not going to be on Henderson Branch.
So the river here,
Flares up.
at 4:20 was 26.8 feet. That is now, as of 4:50, at 28.92 feet. Which means next up, that'll be moving into Kerrville. At 4:35 a.m., the Guadalupe River in Kerrville was at 16.74 feet, or 48,400 cubic feet a second. The river widens out as it goes through Kerrville, so with that, the overall actual height lowers, but there's still a lot of water. Down in Center Point, the Guadalupe River is now reported to be at 35.19 feet. For what it's worth, the river at 1 a.m. this morning was 6.2 feet and 540 cubic feet a second. The river has risen nearly 30 feet this morning in Center Point. And all that water is going to be moving down towards Comfort. So the Guadalupe River in Comfort is going to likely approach 28 feet, which is going to result in major flooding and numerous roads flooding. We're going to have to see what water makes it into the Pedernales River now in Gillespie County. The Pedernales gets itself going out here west near Harper, passes south of town, and towards south side of Fredericksburg. So that may result in the Pedernales having a pretty good rise later. And then that would move downstream towards Johnson City.
Yo, 834 to 801. Were you clear or traffic that you go through the period though? There's a gate.
Set this up real quick.
Did y'all check the house that once you decipher
We are gonna re-route. Covered in debris. Gonna try to pass out maybe right now. on that come, which I'll relocate 45 surveyed the river.
All right. All right. So let's continue on with things here. It is 5. What time is it? 5:16 a.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Boldy and Chief David Reimer. We have a major flood event ongoing this morning in parts of the Hill Country and the Edwards Plateau. We have a flash flood emergency in effect for Kerrville, Ingram, Centerpoint, Hunt. We've had another major flood wave moving down the Guadalupe River. We've had people, we've had water rescues galore. We have a flash flood emergency around Uvalde for this week. Some locations there are now approaching 25 inches of rain, and they've had more rain this morning. We're looking at this morning, pretty much since midnight, we've had nearly a foot of rain just west of Kerrville. We've had over a foot of rain just northeast of Uvalde. We're now looking at, in the last couple of hours, rain totals approaching 5 inches east of Val Verde Park, west of Brackettville in Kenny County. We've had over 5 inches of rain east of Spofford in eastern Kenny County. We have flash flood warnings in effect now for pretty much, here, I guess, let me see if I can't find a list. We have, let me see if we can't find my list. Where's my list? Here, I'll just show you real quick, honestly. At this point, a map or a list of the warnings. Here you go. Here's your list. We have 1 tornado warning. We have 2 flash flood emergencies. We have 10 flash flood warnings. Here you go. You can see that galore. You can also see me. I'm a ghost now, I guess. But here you go. I guess I can read some of these off. Some may be a bit repetitive, but we have a flash flood emergency for Kerr and Uvalde counties. We have flash flood warnings for Bandera, Real, Gillespie, Kimball, Sutton, Kenny, Maverick, Zavala, Val Verde counties for, at this point, the next several hours at least. So, yeah, we're busy. And again, all this rain that's falling is going to continue to fall. So let's do this. Let's clear off this. Let's look at the high-res rapid refresh model, see if we can at least get some semblance of timing here. I'm going to clear everything off to the state. And I'm just going to loop this from 7 a.m. take us through 3 p.m.
Negative. They did not provide any information unless it's near Henderson Bridge.
And what we're looking at, again, this is a model depiction of what we have going on. So it may not be perfect with the locations, it may not be perfect with the exact times, but notice this does bring additional heavy rain back into Kerr County later this morning. So it's still raining there, but I think we may end up with heavier rains back in Kerr County. It's possible. All right, I don't want to discount that, and any new rain will result in new flooding. You can see this does keep rain going through the early afternoon across the hill country and the Edwards Plateau. Now, whether or not that's what happens exactly, we'll see. But if that is what's going to happen, we definitely have the potential for additional very heavy rain and flooding. We have no tornado warnings now in effect. The tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. So we could still see, unfortunately, many more inches of rain out in these areas.
Okay, there, then the next house over is completely washed out. Check the attic. Sorry. You may go walk around.
So we're just looking at things here, and the radio traffic you're listening to, that's Kerr County. We've just been monitoring that over the last couple hours now, just to maintain some situational awareness. The best we can, at least.
We're gonna start May across to that big port, up the river.
Fire 72. Firecom 720. Made contact with property owner Julie. She advised that her has received their crew. They needs to.
Thank you, Jason. A big thank you to meteorologist Jason Cooley for staying up all night and helping us out. It's time for some juice. It's not actually juice. HTO has been very gracious to provide go-go juice. All right, so
510, 507 on off state.
no tornado warnings, which is good. So we still have a lot of heavy rain. Edwards Plateau, Hill Country, Del Rio to Hondo, north to Fredericksburg through Bernie. We've got flash flood emergency in Kerrville. You can see Kerrville actually did get a bit of break here. Rain intensities may actually pick up again here momentarily as another cell moves in from the southwest.
We're stuck on the Ingram side, it's washed out on the Ingram side, and above
10-4, we're coming in with Joe now.
The Guadalupe River in Center Point has risen from 6.2 feet to 36.7 feet this morning. Flood waves moving downstream towards Comfort.
Five 501.
You're listening to Kirk County fire traffic. I've got it on the background.
With 125 for Slows. Is there anywhere you need us? Great Monster, whatever.
Negative parking lot on the rest on, Grand Mountain right now, we're at 142.
There's a wireless emergency alert. There goes my weather radio.
Hey, Joe. Yeah, you're feeling good traffic over the bridge.
All right, so that was somewhere in Kirk County. The report of a bridge washed out. I didn't get particulars on that, but unfortunately, with the river doing what it did this morning, yeah, we're gonna have bridges damaged. And then it sounds like we have rising water near Highway 290 west of Fredericksburg. Get more info on that shortly, but that's up in Gillespie County. And for what it's worth, this is a different... Let's take a look at another way to see flooding impacts over the last couple of hours. This is a what's called crest flow. Essentially, it takes into account the rain that has fallen and soil, the availability of soil to absorb it, and runoff potential. And you can see for sure. All right, hold on. I think we just got a flash flood emergency for the Guadalupe River. All right, so that blinking box you see, that is a new flash flood emergency for the Guadalupe River. That's going to be from Center Point through Comfort, Warring to Sisterdale. This is a flash flood emergency. I can go ahead and read that off to you now. This flash flood emergency is going to be I'll just read it. Flash flood emergency for the Guadalupe River between Center Point through Bergheim. At 5:30 a.m., River Gauge reports a large and deadly flood wave is moving down the Guadalupe River. The river gauge at Center Point has risen 32 feet in 4 hours and is expected to reach a crest similar to July 4th, 2025's catastrophic river flood. To repeat, a deadly flood wave is moving down the Guadalupe River, similar in intensity and height to that of July 4th last year. This is a flash flood emergency for the Guadalupe River between Center Point, Comfort, Warring, and Sisterdale. This is a particularly dangerous and life-threatening situation. If you know anyone who may be living near or currently camping near the Guadalupe River, from Kerrville to Center Point, Comfort to Warring to Sisterdale, you need to call and wake them up and tell them to get out of there, because a deadly flood wave is moving down the river, similar in intensity to that of the July 4th flood of last year. To repeat, a deadly flood wave is moving down the Guadalupe River from Kerrville to Center Point. The height and intensity of this flood wave is similar in intensity and height to that of the flood wave of July 4th, 2025, the deadly flood wave that killed over 100 people last year. This is a flash flood emergency for the Guadalupe River from Kerrville to Center Point, Comfort to Warring to Sisterdale. This is a particularly dangerous and life-threatening situation. This flood wave will have the potential to, like last year, take out some of the bridges over the Guadalupe River. All right, so what you're looking at here is a way to show runoff and flooding potential over the last few hours. This is called stream flow. You can see what happened around Kerrville and Ingram. Now, rainfall intensities have started to come down here in parts of Kerr County, so that's why we're starting to see some minor improvement west of Kerrville. However, now the heaviest rains and, a lot of runoff has moved into southwestern Gillespie County, where flooding is likely to become more widespread and severe over the next 30 to 60 minutes. That water may end up moving down the Pedernales, and we're probably going to see a pretty significant rise on the Pedernales River, going, through southern Gillespie County, and that's going to take it through south of Fredericksburg towards Stonewall in the next while. So eventually, we're going to have to see what the river forecast is for the Pedernales, but we may have some issues with some of those RV parks and wineries that are near the Pedernales River out here, south and southeast of Fredericksburg. Otherwise, Uvalde County, Kenny County, you can see we're seeing increased runoff now, and that by association is going to result in increasing amounts of flooding potential. Sorry, kind of multitasking here. Sometimes that means I just stop talking.
I'm gonna suggest put everybody that needs to be staged in City West, and then we'll get them lined up from there for where they need to go.
Yes, sir, give me a 500 status.
Several.
He's already rescued one individual that was on top of the guard going after him.
Are they still needed help at,
All right.
And a 672.
All right. My apologies. I was posting
yeah, keep your team on spot. March down and hit the branch. So you can have to go all the way to Harper Road, and hopefully it's open to go.
All right, let's turn off some of that traffic for now. All right, we do have a new tornado warning, but I do want to emphasize again, a flash flood emergency has been issued for a deadly flood wave similar in intensity to that of the one last July 4th let's rephrase. For the Guadalupe River, from the city of Kerrville down through Center Point, Comfort, Sister Dale. This is a flash flood emergency. A flood wave similar to height and intensity of that from last July 4th is moving down the Guadalupe towards Comfort, Center Point, Sister Dale. You need to get away from the river. We have serious flooding now starting to unfold in portions of southwestern Gillespie County. And we do have a new tornado warning up here in northwestern Uvalde County. Circulation very near Highway 55, near Montel. That's going to be moving northeast. May make it up eventually towards Camp Wood. That's a tornado warning until 6:30 a.m. But again, our main focus by far is going to be the flooding event we have unfolding now across the hill country with a significant flood wave moving down the Guadalupe River from Kerrville to Center Point towards Sister Dale in Comfort. And I know this whole thing looks like a bucket of spilled paint. The Guadalupe River in Center Point has risen 32 feet in the last 4 hours. I repeat, the Guadalupe River has risen 32 feet, 32 feet in the last 4 hours. That flood wave is similar in intensity to that of the flood on July 4th last year. That's going to move down the Guadalupe River through Comfort, Sister Dale. We have a flash flood emergency in effect for Uvalde County, where we've had, over the last few days, 10 to 25 inches of rain. You can see we just have heavy rain continuing across the hill country. In fact, some of it's trying to build back into Kirk County. All right, so the flood wave has moved downstream from Hunt. The flood wave has moved downstream from Hunt, which is west of Kerrville. The Guadalupe there has dropped from 20 feet to 16.5 feet. So the flood waves moved downstream from Hunt. The flood wave has also peaked just west of Kerrville now. The flood wave peaked from west of Kerrville. The river rose from just under 4 feet to nearly 29 feet. And now it's down to 27 feet. The Guadalupe River in Kerrville itself has also peaked, it looks like. So that flood wave's moving downstream. In Center Point, the flood wave has now, it's still rising. We've gone from 6.2 feet up to nearly 38 feet. So far in Comfort, the flood wave has not reached Comfort yet. It has just started to arrive. The gauge in Comfort has jumped from 5.5 feet to 11.5 feet. It's forecast to jump again. It was 5.5 feet at 4:30 this morning. The river gauge is expected to jump to near 36 feet by 8 a.m. So Comfort, a 30-plus foot rise in the Guadalupe River will arrive in Comfort by 8 a.m. And it's expected to climb to between 35 and 36 feet. This will require the evacuation of homes near the Guadalupe River from Center Point to Comfort to Sister Dale. All right, so let's recap what's going on. We've had a major flash flood emergency this morning in Kerrville, Ingram, Hunt, same areas that were devastated back on July 4th. They're unfortunately going through another event of catastrophic flooding. We have a flood wave comparable in height to that of last July 4th, moving downstream the Guadalupe River from Center Point towards Comfort. That'll cross under Interstate 10 and then continue towards Sisterdale in portions of Kendall County. From there, well, it's going to keep on going. Eventually, it may make it down to New Braunfels, but that's later today. Just looking at some data here. And we also have, by the way, guess what? We have heavy rain and flooding all the way back into the Edwards Plateau. You can see Kenny, eastern Valverde counties. Heavy rain and flooding. We've got flooding continuing across Uvalde County, and, you know, just because we haven't talked as much about Uvalde County, make no mistake, I have a feeling we have very, very severe flooding underway in places like Nippa, west of Sabinal, probably up to Concan, Utopia, east of Lakey. And all this rain continues, and guess what? We have some heavier rain trying to build back towards Kerrville now from the southwest. Though it would have to be a doozy to make the river rise like it already did earlier. We also have some scattered storms. No warnings with this up in the big country. Northwest Texas, there could be some cloud-to-ground lightning. Locally heavy rain. Looks like we have a new tornado warning now as well. It's going to be a tornado warning for Ranch Road 1050 west of Utopia. Circulation is spun up here. This is going to be moving north-northwest towards Lakey and Vanderpool. So this is a tornado warning until 6:30 a.m. This will be for Utopia, west on Ranch Road 1050, up 187 to Vanderpool. This will include Lakey. This will include Ranch Road 337 between Lakey and Vanderpool. And this will include both highways 187, 83, along with areas between Happy Hollow to Lakey and Vanderpool to Utopia. The potential for a spin-up tornado exists with this thunderstorm as it moves off to the north-northwest at about, 10 miles an hour? 15, all right. So for what it's worth, the Guadalupe River in Center Point right now is only about 2 feet lower than it was during its peak during the devastating floods last year on July 4th. And the river, I believe, is still rising there. So we have two tornado warnings. One south of Camp Wood. One Alright, so we've just got a report of water near a structure here near Morse Ranch in southwestern Gillespie County.
Harper Fire Department, response 5021 Morris Ranch Road, 5021 Morris Ranch Road for a water rescue.
So 2 tornado warnings again. Utopia up to Lakey, Vanderpool. And then we have one from Laguna up Highway 55 to Montel and Camp Wood. There's some weird signature just northwest of Brackenville, too. We'll keep an eye on that, but... So again, take shelter if you're under a tornado warning. You're not going to see it if anything is there because it is wrapped in heavy rain. Otherwise, we're going to continue on with our flood coverage as well. That is honestly probably the more pressing concern today. So again, we are starting to get reports of some potential water rescues out here near Morris Ranch, southwest of Fredericksburg now. And that makes sense. They've had quite a bit of heavy rain out there this morning as well. And looking at our unit stream flow map up here, you can see Morris Ranch right up here off 2093 makes sense. So again, this is a way to tell flooding potential over the last few hours, just with the rain that has fallen in unit stream flows. Versus just looking solely at a rain accumulation map. Though we've had southwest of Fredericksburg, we probably had 5 to 10 inches of rain this morning based on rain gauge data. The good news is west of Kerrville, you can see things are starting to at least improve a bit. Again, that flood wave has started moving downstream from Ingraham and Kerrville. The Guadalupe and both those communities seems to have peaked for now. And now we're starting to see that flood wave continue moving through Center Point. The Center Point gauge site is only 2 feet below where it was during the July 4th flood last year. And last check, it was still rising. So it's going to be close, and that's going to continue moving down through Comfort, Warring, and Sisterdale. A flash flood emergency. We have very significant flooding in Uvalde County as well. Nippa, Uvalde, up to Concan, again, Utopia. We're talking tornado warnings, but the fact of the matter is we probably got nasty flooding around these areas. So you kind of got to pick which is more problematic, the flooding or the potential for a spin-up tornado. All I can say is you got to do what's best for you and your situation. Clearly, you're not going to go to the lowest floor possible if your lowest floor is flooded. So keep that in mind. Otherwise, here we go, west of Utopia. This storm moving northwest up towards far southeastern Real County, far southwestern Bandera County. All right, so it sounds like Highway 290 on the all right, so yeah, a bunch of flooding reported over roads in western Gillespie County now. This circulation, again, northwest of Utopia now. So Utopia, you're clear from the tornado threat from this storm. You still have dangerous flooding. This is going to be moving up towards Ranch Road 337, passing west of Vanderpool, east of Lakey. And that we have a circulation around Montel as well. All right, it looks... All right, so the Guadalupe River here in Center Point looks like it just peaked. It's starting to fall a bit. It looks like it peaked just under 38 feet. So that's back up here. So that flood wave is peaked in Center Point. It's going to keep moving downstream now towards Comfort, Warring, and Sisterdale out here in portions of Kendall County. So destructive flooding, a destructive flood wave similar to that of July 4th last year, will be entering Comfort in the next hour. After that, Sisterdale, Warring. Highway 59, or excuse me, Highway 90 is closed between Uvalde and Sabinal, with numerous water rescues reported in Uvalde and Canepa. The good news is it looks like rain is actually starting to end for now here on Highway 90, but the damage is done. So for Kerrville up to Ingram and Hunt, it's worth knowing the Guadalupe crest did below what we saw last July 4th. It wasn't as bad there. Downstream of that, Comfort, places like that, unfortunately, it's only 2 feet lower. I don't know if it's that much of a difference, Center Point to Comfort to Sisterdale, but the flood wave about 2 feet lower than it was last July 4th, which is still devastating. It's going to be a 30-plus foot rise. Right. So it is coming up to 6 a.m. now. Good morning. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Building in Chief David Reimer. We have a flash flood emergency in effect from Kerrville to Center Point, Shady Grove, Comfort, Sisterdale. The Guadalupe River is rising 30 feet. It's already climbed and peaked and is starting to fall in Ingram, Hunt, and Kerrville for now, though we have additional heavy rain trying to move into the area. The flood wave just peaked in Center Point. It was a 35-foot climb in the span of a few hours. That was roughly 2 feet lower than what it peaked at July 4th of last year there. It wasn't as bad in Kerrville to Ingram and Hunt, but there was bad flooding. Anyway, that flood wave is moving towards Comfort, Sisterdale, where folks need to skedaddle away from the river. No doubt about it. We have a couple tornado warnings for spin-up circulations out here. That one that was northwest of Utopia is gone. It looks like. Same thing near Montel. That's weaker than it was. Honestly, kind of trying to watch a little thing just north of Brackettville, if we're being honest here. But it's about to flood in Brackettville. Very heavy rain moving in. Del Rio, you have heavy rain. Same thing all the way up to near Comstock. Very heavy rain. You're under flash flood warnings. We still have heavy rain falling across Gillespie County. We have heavy rain falling up through Junction. All right, y'all, give me just a second. I'll be right back. Apologies, folks. All right, so we have a lot going on this morning. Let me show you our active watch. Well, let's just show you the active map of warnings. Pretty nasty flooding reported across southern and western Gillespie County for what it's worth. Most roads that have low water crossings are impassable, according to fire traffic. So we have 2 tornado warnings, we have 3 flash flood emergencies, and we have 9 flash flood warnings on top of that. So as you can see, it is a busy, busy morning across the state of Texas. And we're going to be here for it. We're still here at 6:08 a.m. Good morning. We've had a very bad night in the Hill Country. Kerrville took another hit. Ingram, Hunt, they took another hit. Not as bad as last year, but it was bad. Then we have a flood wave moving down the Guadalupe now from Center Point towards Comfort, Warren, and Sisterdale. By the time the water got to Center Point, it was only 2 feet lower than it ended up being last July 4th. So a very destructive and deadly flood wave.
There's a waiting station. It's gonna be at the south station, the trench road.
Unfortunately, even though the river didn't rise as much as it did last year around Kerrville to Hunt, unfortunately, it was not a good morning. We've been listening to scanner traffic, and there have been a lot of rescues. One difference compared to what we're dealing with from last year is July 4th, 2025 was pretty localized around Kerrville. This is not. This is much, much more widespread. In fact, here is a map of the, this is called streamflow, crest streamflow. It's a different way of being able to show you where we have significant runoff ongoing. Where soils may be overwhelmed and we have flooding. And you can see this map's lit up like a Christmas tree this morning, all the way from Fredericksburg and Harper down through Kerrville, Kirk County, all the way down through Medina County, all the way down through portions of Uvalde, Bandera, Zavala, into portions of Kenny, and even Val Verde counties now. You can also see some of these waters moving down the Guadalupe River now. That shows up. You can see we're going to start seeing rises on the Pedernales again soon. We've got rises on the river here on Highway 16, southwest of Fredericksburg. We got a lot of roads out here underwater this morning in the Hill Country. It would not be a good idea to be trying to travel out here. So if you can avoid it, I would recommend it. We do have a couple of showers and storms now back in central Texas. Not much going on with that right now. Austin, San Antonio's fine at the moment. You can see west of there, though, it is not. Mostly west of 281, we've got issues all the way down into the Edwards Plateau. It's been a very bad night in portions of Uvalde County, Kerr County, and now that's going to start extending into Kendall County. right. So let's take a moment. Let's just pop over to the high-res rapid refresh model and take a look at what we're expecting going into the rest of this morning, into the lunchtime hour. To do that, we're going to clear everything off. I want to zoom out. We're just going to load the latest herd data with the caveat and disclaimer here being that this is not going to be something I want you to rely on for a specific timeline or a specific county. Things are going to be variable. All right, so here's the high-res rapid refresh model this morning. You can see we're going to probably have rain continuing in these areas through lunchtime, although we'll start losing that precipitation here, hopefully by lunch. So we still got more to come this morning through the late morning hours. And then this afternoon, we're going to have pop-up showers and storms across parts of North Texas, West Texas. All right, the Guadalupe and Comfort has risen 16 feet in the last 30 minutes. So again, Comfort. The Guadalupe River has risen 16 feet in the past 30 minutes. It has risen 22 feet in the last 50 minutes. A flash flood emergency remains in effect for the Guadalupe River in Comfort, Warren, and Sisterdale as a deadly flood wave moves downstream, comparable to that one produced last year during the July 4th flood. The flood wave has already moved down and exited Kerrville to Centerpoint, the peak, so the water's starting to drop in Kerrville and Centerpoint. All right. Sorry, I know I just stopped randomly talking here. It's I'm just looking at data. A lot of river gauge sites. Sounds like the Pedernales is flooding pretty pretty badly in southwestern Gillespie County. We don't have a river gauge measurement site until it gets to Highway 87, but it sounds like there's a flood wave moving down this too.
Elderly subject has water inside his house.
All right, so you can see yeah, and here's a different way to look at the just to look at the flood impacts over the last couple of hours.
You want me to hold off on Star Side or still trying?
You can see we're seeing impacts expanding into western, southwestern Gillespie County. Areas west of Kerrville, you can see that's starting to settle a bit, but we have a flood wave moving downstream. So again, we got a lot going on this morning. We'll go back to this. I'll show you. And again, we've got, here you go. We've got flash flood warnings. We have 3 flash flood emergencies. We technically still do have a tornado warning in northwestern Uvalde County. But honestly, this is, we've got technically a circulation intensifying again south of Camp Wood. We'll look at that in a minute. We do have a possible tornado now northeast of Brackettville. We'll look at that in a minute. But again, we have at least 1 tornado warning now. We may get a couple more in a minute. We have flash flood emergencies for Uvalde County, for Kerr County. We have a flash flood emergency for the Guadalupe going down through Comfort to Sisterdale. We have flash flood warnings in effect, nearly 10. We have 26 river flood warnings out. So, yeah, we're busy. All right. Let's get back to it. Let me show you the spinny doom issues real quick. And again, we're not spending too much time on this just because, frankly, we've got major problems with flooding. You can see this thing near Camp Wood is trying to spin its happy self back up. It's technically still in Uvalde County, northeast of Montel. It's going to be moving generally up towards Camp Wood. It's kind of moving northeast right now, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But we also, I think, have a tornado now southeast of Alamo Village. This is going to be northeast of Brackettville by about 5 miles. So we're going to get a tornado warning for this probably any second now. This is going to be off Ranch to Market 33, just west of that. That is moving off to the northeast, I believe. Let me check that. It's kind of just swirling around there. It's moving east, it looks like. But there's your tornado warning now. Again, that's going to include Alamo Village. So Alamo Village, you're in this new tornado warning. A pretty nasty looking circulation here. And again, that's a new tornado warning for portions of Kinney County up here. Alamo Village. And again, this is right next to the radar site. We're looking like 100 feet above the ground. So there probably is a tornado right here, right now. We have 50 mile an hour moving away, 50 towards. So that's actually very strong. Again, 52 towards and 50 away, 100 mile an hour gate-to-gate couplet right there. Probably is a tornado off Ranch to Market 33. About, again, maybe 4 miles southeast of Alamo Springs. But again, y'all in Alamo Springs be in shelter. Same for Montel. And southeast of Camp Wood be in shelter. Camp Wood, we'll keep an eye on that. If it starts trying to shift its way north closer to you, we'll cover it in more detail. But until then, we really need to cover this catastrophic flooding event ongoing across the hill country this morning. A flood wave is moving down the Guadalupe River. About a 30 to 35 foot rise in the span of an hour to 2 hours expected in Comfort to Sisterdale over the next 1 to 2 hours. We've had major flooding. Hunt, Ingram, Kerrville, Center Point. We had numerous water rescues. A lot of water damage out here, and unfortunately it looks like we're starting to see heavy rain redevelop and move back in to these areas around Kerrville. So again, a large and deadly flood wave is moving downstream from Kerrville and Center Point now into Comfort. It'll be moving into Sisterdale soon. So again, we probably have a tornado down from the about maybe 3 to 4 miles southeast of the Nueces River Lodge, south of Camp Wood. And we probably have a tornado down about, maybe 5 miles northeast of Brackettville. Both those are moving northeast at this point. We have very heavy rain and flooding out here in the hill country. Warning dashboard. Guess what? You can see we have 2 tornado warnings now, 3 flash flood emergencies. We have flash flood warnings out the wazoo. We have dozens of river flood warnings. And yeah, it's been a very busy and bad morning across the state in the hill country. And Edwards Plateau. Here's another way to look at rain accumulations in terms of unit stream flow flooding. This is over the last couple of hours, you can see the highest values have begun shifting away from Kerrville, but unfortunately, we are starting to see some of those higher values push in from the south, so we could start seeing an increase in runoff potential here from Ingram to Hunt to Kerrville again over the next 30 minutes. You can see we have very heavy runoff across southwestern Gillespie County as well, and all that is going to move into the Pedernales over the next few hours. So we've got a flood wave probably moving down the Pedernales along 16, and that's going to move towards 87. So most of the low water crossings near the rivers in southwestern Gillespie County are going to be underwater. Uvalde County is not good. We've got Highway 90s closed. Highway 90's closed from pretty much east of Brackett. Well, no, I'm sorry. Highway 90's closed between the Bracketville and Del Rio. Highway 90's closed pretty much across a good chunk of Uvalde County, so don't bother trying to get between Del Rio and San Antonio this morning. It's not going to happen.
Coming from the high school, we got 3 units, 10 personnel will be heading that way.
Let me see what we have going on with the Guadalupe and Comfort. We have a new tornado warning that just came out, so they've got a third. I assume that's going to be the one near Camp Wood, and it is. So we just talked about that.
Comfort West, Ayers Road, Highway 27. What rescues need to be made, or evacuations need to be made at the time?
All right, so let's look at the new tornado warning. Again, this is the circulation that is northeast of Montel, and I'll tell you what, there is a tornado there. Very high confidence we have a tornado down right now over rural portions of northwestern Uvalde County. This is going to be northeast of Montel. By about 4.5 miles moving away from town. This is going to be moving north-northeast. Let's just say north. So Camp Wood, keep an eye on this in case this storm does make a turn north towards Camp Wood. Some of these have even been moving north-northwest. But again, we need to watch that carefully. The potential for... Well, there's probably a tornado with that, honestly. It's a very strong velocity signature there. High confidence of a tornado down right now in northwestern Uvalde County, northeast of Montel by 4.5 to 5 miles, moving towards southern Real County. We'll watch that carefully. Back northeast of Bracketville, east of Alamo Village. Circulation, there's probably a tornado here too, and in fact, it's moving west. A lot of deviant motion with these circulations this morning. But again, the potential, if not likelihood, of a tornado right now. Northwest of Ranch to Market 334, east of Ranch to Market 674. This is going to be about, 3.5 miles southeast of Alamo Village. About 5.5 miles northeast of Bracketville. Again, we're fortunate that these are over fairly rural areas. We're going to be watching things carefully, though. Flash flood emergency continues for Uvalde County. Flash flood emergency continues for Kerr County. Flash flood emergency into Kendall County along the Guadalupe River. We have evacuations taking place along the river now from Comfort to Sisterdale as a deadly flood wave with a climb of over 30 feet in the span of a couple hours moves downstream after devastating flooding overnight in Hunt, Ingram, and Kerrville. We had another major flood event. The water levels on the Guadalupe didn't get as high as last July in Hunt, Ingram, and Kerrville. They got very close in Centerpoint, and it looks like they could get very close in Comfort as well. Might have helped if I had actually switched this back to the radar y'all were looking at. I'll show you the velocities real quick. This is why I said pretty high confidence. You can see pretty nasty circulation northeast of Montel, southeast of Camp Wood, and then back southeast of Alamo Village, northeast of Brackettville. This is about, oh, that's not what I meant to press. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tail by its toe. ADHD, yippee-ki-yee. All right, here we go. About 6 miles northeast of Brackettville.
Starfighter is also back on the phone. They're seeing if they can do it or not. I'll let you know.
Appreciate it, man. We're not gonna get anything across here.
So we have that, again, about 6 miles northeast of Brackettville, probable tornado in progress. Circulation that was northeast of Montel, south of Camp Wood, looks less potent now.
Yes, sir. We're on our way to the central station for the crew of 9, Cliffwater Tech. Appreciate this one.
Still very impressive reflectivity. All right, again.
Completely on Ops 3, and operations will be on Ops 2 for the Comfort area.
All right, so we've got radio traffic.
Northwest accepting the mission. Give you
All right, so we have Starflight en route from Round Mountain to do a water rescue by helicopter in southwestern Gillespie County. We've got numerous resources doing water rescues or evacuations now along the Guadalupe from Kerrville, Ingram, Hunt, all the way down through Comfort and Sisterdale.
601 dispatch. We're gonna have our 5-ton, the rescue boat, and the Can-Am 2TV headed towards type of deal with 5 technicians.
And here is a look at a different way to look at recent runoff. You can see we're seeing major runoff now in place just northwest of Brackettville, east of Del Rio. Del Rio is actually as well. We've got flooding around Uvalde County continuing. We've had water rescues. A lot of roads, including Highway 90, are closed. 90's closed between Del Rio and Brackettville. We've got flooding. We've got significant runoff in Kerr County up here. You can see around Kerrville. We're starting to see some heavier rains return to the region after a lull. And then you can see southwestern and western Gillespie counties got clobbered. And runoff continues to be significant. In terms of total rains, well, we could take a look at that real quick. Let's just do the last... let's just do... I'm going to do 24-hour, honestly. We can do 6, though. And again, if you want to see exactly why we had major flooding, Ingram and Hunt, just west of Kerrville, got nearly a foot of rain this morning since midnight, and most of that fell between midnight and 3 a.m. We've had over 8 inches to 10 inches of rain southwestern Gillespie County. Uvalde, areas that got almost 17 inches of rain before today. Well, guess what? They've had another foot since then. So some of these areas between Uvalde, Canepa, and Sabinal are up to 30 inches almost of rain. We've now had over 5 to 7 inches of rainfall east of Del Rio to just west of Brackettville.
Yes, sir. Every road in or out of Dawson is passable at this time.
Dawson, northern Gillespie County, is isolated. Any road in or out of the community of Doss up here, northwestern or western Gillespie County, is apparently impassable. Which makes sense. We have a lot of roads out here this morning that are impassable. All right, the Guadalupe and Comfort is now at 30.5 feet. We'll show you that here. Here's a way to look at it. Guadalupe and Comfort was at 5 a.m. was under 5.5 feet. The Guadalupe and Comfort is now climbing at 30.5 feet. The Guadalupe has risen 25 feet in the last hour 20 minutes. This was 6:05 a.m. This was 5:05 a.m. So, no, it has risen 25 feet in an hour here in Comfort, Texas. Back to the radar. Looks like we do have a tornado down southeast of Camp Wood. Camp Wood, this should still stay just southeast of town, I think. Tornado 4 miles southeast of Camp Wood, indicated by radar. So be in shelter there. We have a couple of circulations up here northeast of Brackettville. Turn that down a bit. That's fire ops doing evacs and rescues in Comfort. So we have 3 tornado warnings right now. 2 are in eastern portions of Kenny County, northeast of Brackettville, rural areas of northeastern Kenny County. We have a tornado warning in northwestern northwestern Uvalde County. That circulation and possible tornado are now in southeastern portions of southeastern, hold on. Yeah, just southwestern portions of Real County, far southeastern Edwards County. Sorry, it's been a very long night. At least I got an hour of sleep. That was nice. All right, so that's what we have going on there. Hill country, it's still raining. Rainfall intensities are not what they were earlier this morning, thankfully, but it is still pouring rain. I hope y'all tuning in this morning are safe. Again, for the warning dashboard, here you go. We have 3 tornado warnings, 3 flash flood emergencies. We have 9 flash flood warnings and 26 river flood warnings. It's busy.
Yeah, we're headed to Central Station with 201.
All right, let's go back here. We actually do have a pretty strong looking. There is probably. Turn that down a little bit. That's comfort. Tornado. There is likely a tornado down right now. And this is getting unpleasantly close to Camp Wood. So Camp Wood, again, you probably do have a tornado down, maybe 2 miles east of town, and it is moving northwest. So if by chance we have anyone here in Camp Wood, you need to go ahead and move to shelter. This is going to be a tornado likely down, a very strong velocity signature with this tornado, and it's kind of moving off to the northwest, honestly. So this could get very close to Camp Wood. If it occludes and makes a left turn again, it's going to get close to town. So if you're in Camp Wood, I'd really like you to please be in a safe place right now, as we do have a possible tornado down, even maybe a little bit of a tornado debris signature with this. So again, we probably do have a tornado down right now, about 2 miles east of Camp Wood in southwestern Edwards County. That's going to be moving, southwestern Real County. That is currently moving northwest. So Camp Wood, unfortunately, it is time for you all to take your tornado safety precautions. We've been able to keep these out in the middle of mostly rural areas all morning. But this one is close enough to Camp Wood to where I'm nervous. We're going to spend a few moments doing longer tornado coverage. So Camp Wood, go ahead and take your tornado shelters. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And you can see this thing is tiring the ticks behind this morning. That's a very strong velocity signature now, indicative that we probably do have a tornado probably down just east of Camp Wood. Again, this is now within 2 miles of town, moving northwest. Let's go ahead and show you the velocity loop here. And you can see this thing took a jog left. So we need folks near Camp Wood to be in a safe place, as this possible, if not probable, tornado is trying to make its way towards town. So Camp Wood out here in southwestern Real County, please be in a safe place. That's the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We have had a couple of probable tornadoes rotating around northeast of Brackettville. Those are over rural areas, but again, we do have multiple circulations in northeastern portions of Kenny County Kenny County, northeast of Brackettville, east of Alamo Village, that have been producing tornadoes over rural areas probably for 30 minutes now. This circulation in southwestern Real County, just southeast of Camp Wood, again, moving more northwesterly now. Kind of dangerously close near Camp Wood, so hopefully it stays just northeast of the community, but it is trying to make its way back west towards Highway 55, so those of you in Camp Wood, we would really appreciate it if you'd be in shelter. All right. So there's the latest there. And again, hopefully we can keep this thing outside of Camp Wood. It's about 2 miles due east of town now. All right. We'll come back to that in just a few minutes. Again, we have flash flood emergencies along the Guadalupe River. The Comfort site has risen 25 feet in the last hour. There in Comfort, the Guadalupe River has risen 25 feet in the last hour. We had a lot of water rescues in the Kerrville, Ingram, Center Point areas overnight. And that flood wave has now made it down to Comfort. After that, it'll be making its way towards Warring, Sisterdale. Eventually, then the Guadalupe will continue past Amon's Crossing towards Spring Branch and end up in Canyon Lake. So that flood wave will make it to Canyon Lake later this morning. All right. Unfortunately, now we are seeing heavier rains return. Let's press this. We're seeing heavier rains move back into Kerrville. We're seeing heavier rains make it back into Kerr County. So we're probably going to start seeing some additional flooding develop again around Kerrville and in all these areas that had a bit of a break from the rain earlier, at least the heavier rains. We'll see. We might have a secondary peak now of the Guadalupe River, though I doubt it'll be anything near what we had earlier, but it may at least slow the water drops, or the drop level. The Pedernales has a flood wave moving down it. It's past, or it's near 16 now. It sounds like it's going to be crossing 87 south of Fredericksburg. That'll...
306 7th Street. They've got water up to their house. They will not leave.
The Pedernales will probably peak near moderate flood stage at the 87 gauge side, and then that'll keep on moving down towards downstream areas. So towards Stonewall. And again, it's just heavy rain with flooding.
Several options for assistance at 165 Center Point. That 2 occupants that are needing to be evacuated. The last I heard, man 5-1 was
We have heavy rain and some storms now making their way into Austin. Mound City up to Onion Creek, Sunset Valley, and Austin. So we've got heavy rain there, moving north. It's not flooding right now. It's just some... All right, so we're about to have some air rescues, or rescue from air, near the Pedernales down in southwestern Gillespie County, it sounds like. Or at least just due to flood. It may not be due to the Pedernales itself, but, well, it's kind of off all the low water crossings. All right, let's go back, check on our circulations down here. It's coming up to 7 a.m. The storm east of Camp... Looks like it is going to stay east of Camp Wood. It's about 3 miles east of town now, looking a little less spooky. That was close. We still have some circulations up here near Ranch to Market 33 between Brackettville west of Laguna. But honestly, I suspect a lot of these areas out here have flooding. So don't be driving out there anyway, please. We do have heavier rains returning to portions of Kirk County. Let me see what we can do about taking a look at some of the rain estimates. Now, real quick, here's the latest warning dashboard. You can see that we do have 3 tornado warnings still. We have 3 flash flood emergencies. And that's going to be for Uvalde County, Kerrville, Ingram, Hunt, and then the Guadalupe River going through Comfort to Sisterdale in Kendall County. We have 9 flash flood warnings, and we have 26 river flood warnings. It's busy. All right. So let's take a look. Throw this over here for now. What we're going to do, let me see. Let's look at the see what this looks like. I'll switch this on. What we're looking at here is precipitation rate. This is the instantaneous precipitation rate. This is not a observed rain. This is the, if the storm sat for the whole time, what it would produce in an hour. And down here, and unfortunately parts of Kenny County, unfortunately for y'all, this storm kind of is sitting, so y'all are getting some atrocious rain amounts, at times 5 to 6 inches an hour, which can easily drop, you know, an inch of rain in 5 to 10 minutes.
We're at the Morris Ranch, Harps Park River is coming up here. I don't know if these people need to be evacuated or not, but it's sure not far from here.
All right, so what we're looking at here is just, I want to show you how we did have a lull.
We're gonna use this channel, CLFire web for the rescue. Everybody else, please, for the CLFire rescue.
So you can see we had the heavier rains kind of move out of Kerrville for a while, right? Unfortunately, now we are starting to see heavier rains return. So that could result in a bit of a uptick in the flooding issues as we see heavier rains move back into Kerr County and Kerrville itself. Here's the 15-minute rain amounts. And you can see over the last 15 minutes, we have picked up a half-inch of rain just south of Kerrville. So that, given the saturated soils, will run off, and we'll probably start to see some flooding try to return. Here's the last hour. You can see maybe an inch of rain southeast of Kerrville, which certainly isn't the 4 inches we saw in an hour earlier this morning, but it is quite enough given the soils to result in new flooding. Back around Brackettville, you can see we're looking at 2 to 3 inches of rain in the last hour. Del Rio, we're looking at 1 to 2, with 2.5 to 3 closer to Comstock. So again, very heavy rains there. We also do see a pocket of over 1 inch rain totals over the last hour, east sides of Kyle up to Buda, then towards Sunset Valley, Creedmoor, and the south sides of Austin. And then if you're wondering, by the way, how much rain we've had this morning, all right, let's see if this is going to actually pick back up or not. Not sure if this cut the stream off or not. I hope not. Alright, so according to this, we're still actually here, which is good. So, sorry, computer actually hard froze on me. I had to physically unplug the thing. That was interesting, but,
Contact school districts, see if they get a school bus to that location, get those people out of that RV park.
alright. So we are still here, my apologies. We had an oops-a-daisies. I had a very hard computer crash. I had to physically unplug the thing, so we're back. We're still here. Worry not. I have not been taken out by the river yet. Hearing a lot about the Pedernales coming up really quick now in Gillespie County. They're having to do some, well, they're trying to get some folks out of the way. So, again, we're seeing a flood wave move down the Pedernales River as well. Not to the extent of the Guadalupe, but it definitely sounds like we've got problems with that. It even sounds like, honestly, based on traffic, it sounds like Highway 16 is cut off at the Pedernales now. So, it's not official, but based on what I'm hearing, it sounds like the river has topped the Highway 6, or is, the Highway 16 is impassable at the Pedernales River between Fredericksburg and Kerrville. Sounds like it took down power lines, too, over there. So that'll make it down to 87. there are vehicles on the Highway 16 bridge over the Pernellis that cannot get off the bridge now. What? Okay, folks, I'm going to reiterate it here. Gillespie County, including 290 and 16, if you don't need to be out, don't. There's a lot of flooding. There's a flood wave moving down the Pernellis, and it's quickly cutting people off that... No travel around Kerrville, no travel around Comfort to Sisterdale along the Guadalupe River unless you're evacuating. And even then, you need to be very careful. Okay, so to... Looks like the Guadalupe River in Comfort is now up to 34 feet. So the Guadalupe River in Comfort has climbed from 5.4 feet to 34 feet in the span of an hour. We have a tornado warning that remains in effect for portions of, well, really just northeast of Brackenville, east of Alamo Village. At this point, though, there's nothing that's really standing out to me. The tornado warning east of Camp Wood has been canceled.
Good morning,
Alright, this needs to go away. This needs to go over here. Thank you very much. Alright. So the main issue this morning is flash flood emergencies. me put a loop on this.
Got one man that
All right, so we have
already for getting out with their vehicle.
no tornado warnings at this time. We do have a number of flash flood warnings and flash flood emergencies. Let's take a look at this. And again, you can see we have 3 flash flood emergencies right now. That's going to be for Kerr County, including the city of Kerrville, Ingram, Hunt. We have a flash flood emergency for the Guadalupe River down through Center Point, Comfort, and Sisterdale. We have a flash flood emergency for Uvalde up to Kipna. These areas have had nearly 30 inches of rain in the past 3 days, and they had 10 inches this morning.
Highway 16 south and Line Decker is completely shut down.
We have additional heavy rain starting to move back into Kerrville. These areas, we're going to also start having some lightning issues, which is going to be an issue for search operations. Highway 16 is now impassable at the Pinellas River between Fredericksburg and Kerrville, so 16 is cut off. That's
I'm a little further up the road. I'll go ahead and shut down traffic up here as well.
that flood wave is going to make its way southeast down the Pinellas, cross under 87, and then continue towards Stonewall. I know they've got some RV park rental stuff out here near a winery. That might be an issue. And I'm here in Fredericksburg, so... We have heavier rains in Kendall County, Kerr County, moving up towards Gillespie County again. That's going to unfortunately result in the return of additional heavy rain, which is going to result in, well, more flooding.
Command 51 Command, just be advised, we have a private ambulance that stays west of the flooded roadway on 27, lights on to stop traffic on Center Point.
Looks like the Guadalupe River in Comfort has now reached 35 feet. That is up from 5.4 feet. So the Guadalupe River in Comfort was at 5.4 feet at 5 a.m. At 7:20 a.m., it is now at 35 feet. The Guadalupe River in Comfort has risen 30 feet in 2 hours. That is going to keep moving downstream towards Sisterdale. That flood wave. Upstream, Kerrville, Ingram, the river's quickly dropping. In Hunt, the river's already back down from its high of 20 feet, almost back down to 13 feet, quickly falling. Guadalupe River in Kerrville is also falling. However, we note additional heavy rain is moving back into these areas, so that may result in some rises in water again. So this is not great. Good news is we have no tornado warnings at this point, but unfortunately we do have quite a bit of heavy rain. Let me go ahead and switch this off. We'll switch to this. That's quite enough of that angry tone. A little note here. Seeing a little circulation southeast of Comfort. Little bit of a circulation here, just southeast of Comfort, in one of these little storms. It's not something I'm too worried about right now, but I'm just looking. You can see, unfortunately, heavy rains have moved back into Kerrville, Kerr County, up into Gillespie County. We have heavy rains causing flooding Brackettville, Valverde counties, Kenny County, Uvalde County, Edwards County, Real County.
Overhead, we're heading to that 021 address, just looking for where you want it.
All right, so we have these heavy storms. Austin, you just got a quick round of heavy rain. We'll switch back over to this. And report from Uvalde, all roads are underwater. All roads in Uvalde are closed. All highways in and out of Uvalde are underwater and closed. So Uvalde is isolated from the world right now due to flooding. Sorry, that's... We're starting to see heavier 1 hour rainfall rates return to Kerrville. We're seeing, again, starting to see these 1 hour rainfall rates. They were down near half an inch for a few hours after being near 4 inches for 2 hours early this morning. They're jumping back up, so we may start seeing some water rise again in Kerrville as heavy rain returns. Very heavy rain out here in Valverde County to Kenny County. We'll do the 3 hour pass here. Again, we've had probably 6 to 8 inches of rain out on Highway 90 between Brackettville and Del Rio. The highway out there is closed. We've had quite a bit of rain this morning. Out here around Kerrville, this is from 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. I could do 24-hour, and there you can really see it. 13 inches of rain near Kerrville. We've had near 9 southwest of Fredericksburg. Another 13 northeast of Uvalde. And here's your 72-hour rains. I'll do a second pass here, and there you go. 27 inches on that through 6 a.m. and, well, through 7 a.m., just bump it up to 27.
Do you guys have any calls of people still inside or just unaware right now?
DOC. I have traffic shut down at the Vineyard on 16 South, turning everybody around.
We got our unit buried up here. Pull it out. One gentleman out of here.
Sorry, I'm just looking at stuff. You're listening to the Gillespie County Fire channel. The Pinellas River at Highway 87 in Fredericksburg has risen from 7 feet. It's up to 22.5 feet now and quickly climbing. All right. So we've got a lot of warnings this. So here's the live warning dashboard. So here's the latest warnings across the state. We have 3 flash flood emergencies for catastrophic life-threatening flooding. Uvalde County, Kerr County, and then the Guadalupe River between Centerpoint, Comfort, and Sisterdale. We have 10 flash flood warnings. And 26 river flood warnings. Highway 16 between Fredericksburg and Kerrville is cut off, with the river running over in multiple spots. We have people being airlifted out by helicopter in parts of Gillespie County near the Pinellas due to flooding. And we've been doing that all morning in parts of Kerrville down to Centerpoint. It's not been a good morning, and heavy rains are continuing and moving back into these regions.
Are we sure that this is where the patient's located in the barn? I just want to get visual contact before we try to make a plan to get a rescue in.
The complainant advised
Sorry, folks. I know I'm not talking a lot. The honest truth is, I got, you know, what, 2 nights ago, I got 5 hours of sleep. I got maybe about 100 minutes this last night, interrupted from about 10:30 to, oh, probably closer to 10:30 to about midnight, 12:10. We've been here since about 2, I think. So, yeah, no, it just points. Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm tired, but we're pushing through it, and I'm just looking at a lot of information. We've got a lot of rain. Pedernales is going into moderate flood stage in Gillespie County. So if you're near the Pedernales River in Gillespie County, from Fredericksburg out to Stonewall, eventually out to LBJ National Park out in Blanco County, be ready to move. This is going to cut off roads. It's going to cut off any low water crossing. So if you leave your house and you got to take a low water crossing between you and the where you're going with the river, you may not be able to get back. We got major problems in parts of Gillespie County near the Pedernales River. We've got major problems along the Guadalupe River. We've got flash flood emergencies for the Guadalupe River. We've got flash flood emergencies for Uvalde County. Let's drink some water. It's always a good idea. So the answer many of you are asking, how long is this going to keep going? We're probably going to have heavy rains continue out here in the hill country in the Edwards Plateau for at least another 3 to 4 hours. Heavy rain concentrating over portions of Kendall, Kerr, Gillespie counties. We have a band of pretty heavy thunderstorms moving west to east. Eastern Kenny County moving back into Uvalde County. And Uvalde's cut off. All right. Let's do a river check. And let me switch this back to this. That's loud. Very loud.
Meant to respond to 1125 South Adams Street, apartment 1101, for a 790-year-old female with diabetic emergency.
All right, let's switch this over to unit stream flow again. And this is a different way of looking at heavy rain runoff and the effects it can have. The higher these values, typically the more likely you're going to have more widespread significant flooding. It also is tied into the creeks and rivers, so you're able to kind of see flood waves as they progress through. You can see we've got very, very heavy rain, a lot of water falling out over Kenny County right now. And all that's going to have to run downstream. That's going to be moving back into portions of Edwards, Real, and Uvalde counties here in the next hour, who cannot handle any rain. We have some heavier rains after this morning's rain, and then a little bit of a break around Kerr County. We have some heavier rains moving back into Kerr County. You can see all that very heavy rain that moved into southwestern Gillespie County this morning, and now the associated flood waves moving down the Guadalupe and moving down the Pedernales across Gillespie, Kerr, and Kendall counties. The Guadalupe is going to end up in Canyon Lake, which is at 66%. So Canyon Lake will be able to take some of that, but there's a lot of water. We'll see. They may have to pass some of that. And then the Pedernales, that is going to make it all the way into Blanco County. And then that's eventually going to make it up to Lake Travis. Or down to Lake Travis in the next day. But again, both the Pedernales and the Guadalupe have flood waves. Guadalupe's flood wave, 30 feet. Major flooding. In Comfort, moving into Sisterdale in the next hour. That'll make it down towards Bergam and then Spring Branch into Canyon Lake today. The Pedernales, that is on 16 right now, which is underwater. That is approaching 87, which is quickly rising there at the gauge there at 87, and the Pedernales south of Fredericksburg. Then that's going to make it along the Pedernales towards Stonewall, and we may have some issues with some of these RV parks and wineries very near the Pedernales out here east of Fredericksburg, out to Stonewall to High in Blanco County, and then LBJ National Park out here as well. So, welcome to El Nino. So we've just got a lot of water. Water still falling from the sky. We've got a lot of water moving down rivers now. In terms of what we expect for the rest of the day, let's take a look at this. It's going to be the high-res rapid refresh model. We're going to loop this 9 a.m. We'll do 4 p.m. And you can see the general expectation is as we go through the morning, heavy rain could continue in several of these areas that are already dealing with considerable to catastrophic flooding. And then by the afternoon, it looks like things are going to taper down. Isolated thunderstorms possible across North Texas, Northwest Texas into this afternoon. Same for Central Texas. Let's just go ahead and load this through the day. I don't like that for tonight. We're gonna have to see what happens tonight, but I tell you what, I don't like that showing more storms tonight in the hill country. I'm not gonna say that's gonna happen, but if it did, more flooding. Let's get through this morning's round first. Alright, so we're still here. We're keeping an eye on things. Again, oh, sorry. It has been a long night. We still have very heavy rains moving across the Edwards Plateau, the hill country. In fact, what I'm going to do, I'll be honest, my eyes are killing me. So I'm going to turn those lights off.
Just be advised, on the way out to Forest Pinedale, it's about a mile south of Forest Pinedale, that creek that's from being over the road, approximately 2 feet.
All right.
Right, 9:30 to Medford, quick check. Cook County, we have one victim out of that barn, please no other victims in that barn. We're gonna try to come find you guys, drop them with y'all.
That's Gillespie County Fire.
970 from Medford, I don't know, probably Dark light.
We have no tornado warnings right now. We haven't had any tornado warnings in a little while. We still have very heavy rains falling across places like Camp Wood to Brackettville. All that water's going to have to move downstream. We've got a flood wave moving through Comfort towards Sisterdale right now in the Guadalupe. That's going to bring major flooding.
We checked all the trailers. No, I'm getting right away back to you. Go ahead. Receive be advised on 29th Street, just before.
All right. So let's take a look at stream flows. And again, this is just an easier way to see what we have in terms of water runoff over the last couple hours.
We're just letting you know we're going to individual in a pickup truck. We're just going to talk to see if you need access back to you guys or be stranded or not. Go ahead, traffic. Hey, we're just landing over here right down the road. We got a guy in a truck. Just want to make sure that he's okay. It doesn't need a ride back, and then we'll bring that. First, we just extracting out of the barn over to you guys. I think we have some fire engine just up ahead of us that we saw. Okay. Maybe you're going to clear having the point down. Yeah, we can clear ready once we get overhead and see if we can just keep it wide and drop them off. But we'll assess from there. Hey, you guys have any more reports of known people in buildings or anything in here?
All right, so we have very heavy rain falling over portions of Kenny County, southern Valverde County around Del Rio, flooding threat increasing around Del Rio, a lot of water runoff. Street flooding will probably start seeing some creeks around Del Rio. Looks like the San Felipe Creek around Del Rio is flooding. Flash flooding around Del Rio reported. We've got flooding from Camp Wood. Northeast of Brackettville, we're going to have new flooding develop soon in Uvalde County as this heavy storm moves in from the west. We've got flooding continuing across Kerrville. Some heavier rain southwest of Kerrville now. Specifically right now near Hunt, Mountain Home, down to northeast of Vanderpool. Lost Maples State Natural Area has flooding of roads. And we've got some scattered showers with heavier rain moving across Gillespie County at this point. And this rain shield's kind of trying to build back in from the west.
876-666.
Dispatch, Sierra Legion Approach, 421, back in service, had to shoot flat fire. We're heading south on the Harper Road to, Town Creek. Put my hand in blood.
Come on, line, right above the engine. And there's a little spot right here with the, tagging. Purple voice or, like you said, just express. Sorry for it, give enough room to drop from there, here and there, we have some ATV here, we can pick him up. Nine seventy from N3, we're on more psycho right now, I'm not exactly sure what your exact location is. Even if I'm on it. 333, do you see that it's gonna have that, and you spark it?
It looks like the Guadalupe in Comfort's now up to 36 feet, which unfortunately now places it above what it made it to made it to last year. So the Guadalupe in Comfort has now made it higher than it did during the flood of 2025. The levels up in Ingram to Kerrville were lower than last year. But downstream, they are higher. The Pedernales at Highway 87 is now at 28 feet. It's in flood.
Dispatch, engine 1. Stop light, take on the ground, 1 engine off. There'll be airbound soon. Recon for more rescue. How copy?
Dispatch, quick.
Under 1 right here, so. Alright, Brad, we're ready to go for the next one. I'll grab that mic hold, guide you back in. You back up. Do you remember where the road is, or you want me to walk it? I can't hear you, Brad. I need your room with the volume. I think we're done. Yes, sir. I'll walk it.
All right, we'll zoom back out.
I'll go. If you back straight up, I'll tell Willow Jane to call you.
All right, so what I'm going to actually do right now I need some sort of a break. I don't know if I just want to stand up and walk around, or I was actually tempted to go take a peek at the Pedernales here in Fredericksburg. I'm only 4 minutes away. Right, I'm not actually going anywhere. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I think we're going to take a bit of a break. And we're going to have frequent updates on social media. But again, we have dangerous flood waves moving downstream the Guadalupe, the Pedernales. And with that, we're just going to do our best to keep folks informed. So we'll be back as needed. But again, heavy rain continues. And we're going to do our best to keep you updated. Thank you for watching.